I know.
Good evening. Welcome to our monthly agenda-setting meeting for the Mayor Commission of the Unified Government of Athens-Clarke County. We will also have 3 special call meetings tonight, and it may be a bit confusing as far as public comments. So I will make sure that you know each time when it's appropriate to speak to a given item. To those of you who are attending here in the chamber tonight, we welcome you. Plus those who are watching online or on ACC TV. We appreciate your participation and your interest in the proceedings of your local government. If you'd like an agenda to follow along, there in the hall to the right of the doors, just outside on a table. Those who are watching remotely can get one at AthensClarkeCounty.com. No final action is taken on items discussed tonight. They'll move to our business meeting on June 6th for consideration and vote. And these are on the agenda meeting. There will be final action taken on some special call meeting items. If you have a cell phone or any other device, would you please turn it off or to silent? And if you brought handouts that you'd like to share with us, if you'd hand them to Mr. Berryman, he will make sure that we get them. Rules of Commission allow citizens 3 minutes for comment. There's a timing clock on Ms. Spratlin's desk that will be green when you start, and it'll turn yellow when you've got 30 seconds left. So please have your comments finished so that there'll be no need to interrupt you. There'll be 7 opportunities for input tonight for these 3 call sessions. The first special call session relates to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, the general budget, public hearing, and new business items on that special call meeting. And then we will go to our normal agenda setting, which is a consent agenda, and then some new items to be discussed. And then we have 2 public hearings, one on the possibility of moratoriums on Milledge Circle and Castalia, and the other one on a public hearing for the possibility of a moratorium on West Hancock Avenue. So we'll now go to our first special call session. Would you call the roll, Ms. Spratlin, please?
Dickerson.
Here.
Sims.
Here.
Link.
Here.
Wright.
Present.
Bailey.
Present.
Neesmith.
Present.
Bell.
Here.
Harrod.
Present.
Gertz.
Here.
Handy.
Here.
Thank you. And the purpose of this first meeting, as I said, is a public hearing on our proposed budget, and also the second public hearing on the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And I know that probably at our first Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing, I think everybody was wondering what in the world is that, and so I asked our finance department to give me a little blurb so I could tell y'all what it is. And this was something that was passed by the General Assembly in 1999, and it requires local governments to either roll back the millage rate equal to any inflationary increase in existing property values or advertise a property tax increase, and hold 3 public hearings prior to the levying of the millage rate. Even though the millage rate remains unchanged at 13.95 mills, the inflationary increase in existing property values will generate additional revenues for the government, requiring an advertisement and the 3 public hearings. This is the second of those 3 public hearings, at which time any person wishing to address the Taxpayer Bill of Rights and this issue can speak to us. And just to make it a little bit clearer, I hope that if you got an assessment notice in the mail, which I did, and I hope most of you did, if you got an increase in your assessment notice, that means that there will be a corresponding increase in your tax bill unless you appeal it and get a change in it. But if there was no increase in your assessment notice, there will be no increase in your tax bill. So that's what that Taxpayer Bill of Rights is about. So if anyone would like to comment on the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, this would be the time to come to the podium and let us know. Are you coming to the podium? Okay. Okay, seeing none, we will go on to the public hearing on the budget. And prior to adoption of an annual budget, the governing authority must hold a public hearing, at which time any person wishing to be heard on any item in the budget may appear and address the commission. Would anyone like to come forward to speak to anything in our budget tonight? And please give us your name and address, and remember our 3-minute rule.
Good evening, Mayor Commission. Tim Denson, 483 Quillwood Drive, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Athens for Everyone. There were definitely some exciting parts to the budget that we were thrilled to see. The guaranteed for all year-round workers to be paid a living wage, and also the expansion of the transit system to add a flex route. Those were great, but there were definitely some concerning issues in there too. Specifically, the most severe, I feel like, was the cutting of night service to our bus system. there's already a number of transit riders, myself included, who have difficulty with the bus stopping at 9:45. A lot of people who get off work, not many people get off work at 9:45, but 10 o'clock, yeah, definitely have quite a few. And you already have difficulties there. You move that to 7:45, that is going to happen to hurt a lot of people. And I feel like this is the wrong direction. Over the last 4 years, we've seen an expansion of public service, our public transit system. And in those 4 years, we've seen multiple awards come to our bus system, showing that that is the right direction. We have heard compliments from riders, and I'll compliment myself. The changes have been great, especially Sunday bus service. So we need to be expanding this instead. So the adding of the route is fantastic, but honestly, we cannot cut our service back in the nighttime. From my own little personal story, about a year ago, I was driving on a road in Oconee County right before we passed the border there on Mitchell Bridge, and I hit a pothole, busted up my car, had to pull over into the 5 Points Bottle Shop and park my car there. Did not have a way home. Got to take the bus, though, because the bus was still running till 10 o'clock. And also for the next 3 days, my car was in the shop and they ordered parts. I was able to take the bus to work. If that was cut at 7:45, I could not be doing that. So that is something that is definitely we need to have. We also want to make sure that we see when we're expanding those living wages to our part-time workers, we need to make sure it's expanding to everybody, including the temporary workers and including some of the contracted out, such as in the library system, and also making sure that we tie it to a living wage that could be possibly increasing in the future, which it definitely will be, so that we can ensure that we are never again paying people an unlivable wage. And also the last thing that we would like to see, which was not in the budget, and we've asked for numerous times, is to put audio-video equipment in the Dougherty Street building so that we can be recording the work sessions so that constituents, including myself, can actually see what's going on there, hear the discussions, and not have to sit through those meetings. A lot of important discussions happen there, a lot of important business, and for transparency's sake, we need those recorded so that people can access them later on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Denson. And I'm sure other people want to speak, but I don't normally speak to anything that's been said at the podium, but I think it's important because a lot of people don't understand the budget. With the help of staff and the manager, the mayor prepares a budget based on the anticipated revenues that we have for the county. And the budget that I sent forward was a balanced budget without a millage increase, and it was forwarded to the commissioners. And after the time that I got the budget projections, there were some changes in expected revenues, and so we had some unanticipated revenues that I didn't know about at that time. And the night bus service that was taken out earlier has been restored back to the budget when the commissioners. That's what I thought. But after the mayor prepares the budget, the commissioners have an opportunity to make changes in it, and we all meet as a group and go through the budget and add to, take out, make changes, and it's a lot more fun when we have some unanticipated revenue that we can fix things with. So I just want to let y'all know about that. Anyone else want to speak to the budget?
Hi, my name is Chris Dowd. I live at 245 North Harris Street, and I think it's a great budget. I just want to thank all the commissioners for their work on this, and for maintaining the night service that's wonderful, and expanding service it's just great, and living wages, and even remember to people at the library. So they're not even technically local government employees, I don't think. So that's just really great for them and great for Athens, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dowd. Anyone else on the budget? Well, it looks like y'all must be happy. Right. Okay, we will now go to the next part of our first special call meeting, and we have two items, and both of them are open to public input. And one is the resolution for the final figures on the tax levy for the implementation of the Clarke County School District's SPLOST bonds. And then there's also a Cleveland Road, a request for an exception to a sewer policy. So would anyone like to speak to either of those two?
I move for suspension of rules.
Thank you, Mr. Sims. Okay. Have motion for suspension rules? You have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, on it. It passes. Anybody want to speak to one of those two items? Okay, seeing none, we'll come behind the rail, and we'll go to item 1, which is the school district's SPLOST bonds. Ms. Ryan.
I would like to make a motion that we accept that resolution.
Second.
Have a motion and second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the second one is a property on Cleveland Road where the well has gone dry, and so we're taking this out of the normal process to go ahead and give us opportunity to hook them up to sewer service before we have to wait for another meeting. So do I have a motion?
I have a motion to approve.
Motion.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. We will now go to our normal agenda meeting, and we need to adjourn this meeting. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
Second.
Have a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we'll now start our normal agenda meeting. Can you call the roll, Ms. Brown? You don't need to call the roll? Okay. And the first item of business on this meeting is our consent agenda, which are items 1 through 11, no, 1 through 10. If you've got an agenda to follow along, anyone who would like to speak to one of those, this would be the time to come to the podium and speak to us. Okay. We'll come behind the railing. Any commissioner like to take anything off for discussion?
Item 7.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. So now the second opportunity for talking to us is for the new business that's on this agenda, and those are items 11 through 14. Anyone wish to speak to one of those? Okay, we'll come behind the rail. Item number 7, Mr. Neesmith.
Yeah, I just wanted some explanation. I don't remember, it's just me that doesn't remember this being a part of the SPLOST. So I just asked the manager if he could.
Mr. Williams, would you help us?
This is for body cameras at the jail.
Yes, this is part of the jail project, and I'm looking here to see. This goes back to 2012, and talking about security systems and integrated security systems at the jail. The cameras were always planned for. There was a delay, however, until after the jail was built, since we were moving to a new operational mode to see how it might work and what features the camera system. So it was always intended with the sheriff's office that these cameras would be part of the security system at the jail.
Thank you. I wouldn't object to this going back on the agenda for the voting.
Okay. So we'll keep that on the consent agenda,
On the
Jim.
consent agenda, yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Okay, we will now go to discuss item number 12, which is the GDOT Multimodal Safety and Access Program grant.
Item number 11. You start number 11.
That's one I was just doing. Sorry, Mr. Sims. That's the GDOT Multimodal. Anyone wish to, Mr. Gertz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This really is a limited part of a much larger project that we've been working on in a concerted way for a couple of years to make sure it's safer to get from point A to point B in the community. Staff had assured us that they were proactively working with GDOT to ensure that on those state-controlled corridors, we were putting sidewalks in place. And so we prioritized some local segments for ourselves, kind of with the promise from them that they were going to actively pursue these state dollars for the ones that we see here, West Broad, Lexington, Prince, and so forth. And so I just want to thank staff for their work on this.
Ms. Link?
Yeah, I want to thank staff as well. I actually walk a couple of these areas on a pretty regular basis. There's a section of Prince Avenue from Sylvia Circle out to, I think, Hawthorne Avenue that I'm sure will get a lot of use. There's some dirt trails in the road there, and we're seeing a lot more pedestrian activity there. And then there's that little chunk right near Hawthorne and near the McDonald's on Atlanta where West Broad kind of starts to become Atlanta Highway. I crossed over there just last week when I took my car to get service, and I went to use McDonald's internet. So I think this is great. And I'd like to take this opportunity to to point out how dangerous it is to cross that intersection. There's only 3 crosswalks in them. I'm hoping maybe we can consult with GDOT on getting a 4th crossing there, so people don't have to cross another road just to get actually you end up crossing 3 times when you could just cross once. But yeah, this is starting to fill some of those gaps, which we have been looking forward to.
Yeah, I would ask staff to note for the commission some of the changes. There were some errors in the report.
Oh, thank you.
If the manager will please point those out so that staff knows, so commissioners know.
Yes, and this was a late change. It's still the same segments that were proposed, but GDOT got back to us and said they wanted to switch. For those folks in the audience, the agenda item, these 4 projects were some need to be done by the end of this calendar year, and a couple were supposed to be done by the end of July 1st, 2018. We had those laid out in the agenda item. GDOT asked for a change to that, and the errors that Commissioner Dickerson is referring to is we referenced 2 for one date and 2 for another, and it ended up being 3 and 1, and that was the difference there. Also, I want to point out, because I know folks are always interested in our grant efforts, but there were only $2 million available in the entire state of Georgia, and we got 10% of that here because of, I think good planning, y'all's decisions, and I think GDOT appreciates that we end up doing good work here.
Thank you. That's right.
Isn't that also, too, that we had the 30% match, that we had the money available as well as the projects outlined as priorities?
That's a great point. We had that discussion last night at T-SPLOST. Because SPLOST funds can be used to leverage these grants, Athens-Clarke County, much like the transit grant with the bus stop improvements, we're able to act very quickly on money when it comes available.
Anybody else before calling Sharon?
I just wanted to ask that we, before the voting meeting, that those corrections be made, and the right picture, I think on page 76, references the Lexington Road segment as Spring Tree Road to 3270 Lexington Road, when it should have in fact be 4410 Lexington Road to Southeast Clark Park. And I also want to commend staff for going after this and getting the paperwork pulled together. And obviously, that last segment I just mentioned is in my district, and something that I drive by all the time and see a lot of people, walking on dirt. So I'm glad that we're going to, finally see some paved surface there. So,
any further discussion? Okay. Y'all want to leave this on regular agenda or consent?
consent.
The consent change. With corrections, right. And then the only other piece of new business on this is the update of septic disposal fees. And for those watching, those out there in the audience, this is one of those exciting things we do. This has to do with the disposal of what's pumped out of septic tanks. So it has nothing to do with your sewer lines going past your house. So anyone wish to discuss that? Ms. Dickerson?
Yeah, actually, I had a question. After reading it, it seemed like it didn't make a lot of sense that we take out of county residential septage. And I asked the manager to explain that. And without me having to read what he wrote to me, maybe perhaps he could share that with everybody so that we sort of have a better understanding of why staff is recommending.
Sure.
They're recommending.
Thank you, Commissioner Dickerson. Well, there are some reasons, and in the agenda item it was noted that septage that's generated outside the county has grown while septage inside the county has declined. And septage is basically concentrated wastewater, which can bring issues to the biological processes that we have at the water reclamation plants. But there are several reasons to consider continuing to accept septage, and as you all have read and as the public will see, we are recommending an increase in fees to at least cover our costs that are associated with that. Some reasons to continue to accept septage are water quality issues. Most of our water supply watershed is in Jackson County. We have some water quality interest in septic tank system maintenance upstream of our drinking water intakes on the north and middle Oconee. And as your agenda item notes, several of the counties around us have started to refuse to accept it. And so if we don't, then it could also, and here's a second reason, help prevent dumping. If we prohibit septage and all the counties around us prohibit, then it's got to go somewhere. and that could be illegal dumping, and where it might occur is speculative. There is a need, because of the biological processes at the reclamation facility, for some biodegradable constituents. In the past, there's a technical argument that the sewage that comes in during rain events gets diluted with water, and if it's that diluted, the bugs, if you will, at the water reclamation facility don't have the constituents they need to remain healthy and do their job. And so to have, a moderate amount there to help maintain that is helpful. The other thing is local businesses. There are septage hauling companies that are based in Athens-Clarke County that service the customers here. There is a return on investment. There was $400,000 spent on this, and within the new rates, we're going to recapture the capital cost for that. And then it's just how you approach your policy making. Do you prefer a market approach or regulatory approach? Prohibiting it is a regulatory approach. This is a market approach to modulating the amount that comes there.
Thank you. But it's also a public health issue, because anything that's dumped and not treated is going to affect all of our water. So, Ms. Link.
Yeah, I just want to bring up a couple things that I know we've touched on before in work sessions and things. We don't mandate pumping of septic tanks, correct?
I don't believe that's part of our current ordinance.
Okay. I mean, I feel like that's something we need to start looking into, because, we do have leaky septic tanks, and it sounds like we're getting more waste than we can handle, and we're paying more for it than we're getting in fees. And I'm wondering if there's any research at all being done by staff into biogasification or some means of, like, turning that waste into a power source.
Well, a couple of things. One is we do have the capacity to handle the current volume that's coming. So that's not an issue. And with the new recommended changes to the fee, we will be covering our cost. And there is a biosolids study that's going on right now to look at different alternatives to how we handle them.
Okay, great. That's good to know. Thank you.
Ms. Roth.
I just wanted to comment on the color graphs that are in this agenda item. I'm not sure that I've seen that in our packets. We get colorful work session presentations, and I just want to compliment the creator of those graphs.
Thank you. Ms. Terry.
Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question actually did relate to sewer capacity. So how much capacity, we're not going to run into a situation like our next door county where they're having issues with their sewer capacity if we continue to bring in out-of-county septic, sludge, et cetera? I mean, we've got lots of capacity left, right?
We certainly do. Now, there's three, overall the capacity for the three water reclamation facilities, we're using about half of our capacity at this time. Cedar Creek, which has a septage facility, is the smallest of the three, but we still have a good deal of capacity left there.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted people to be aware of that.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Are y'all okay for this consent, or you want to keep it on? Okay. We may have a short meeting come June, because everything's on consent agenda. Okay, we will now go to our special call meeting. Did I miss something? Excuse me, guys. I knew this was going to be a complex one tonight. So we'll look at item number 13 and 14. Might not be such a short meeting. And this is probably relatively easy. The Municipal Court request for contingency funding. And Mr. Williams, would you explain this, because it's actually not new funding, as I understand it?
Well, and I don't have the version of the agenda that has it on there, but basically, we had the Municipal Court judge resign late last calendar year, and we have a new Municipal Court judge that's come on. We had some additional costs that weren't anticipated when the budget was developed a year ago, such as pro-hack vice judges, or judges that would sit in the absence of the Municipal Court judge when she retired or when she resigned. There's also been, and this is true of some of our other courts too, excess indigent defense spending as well. And so the Superior Court has offered some of their savings in their budget to transfer to the Municipal Court upon your approval to make up for those. Obviously, we're at the end of the calendar year, the fiscal year, so this is the last opportunity they had to rectify that.
Good. Any questions, anybody? Okay, y'all want that one on consent?
Sure.
Okay. And then item number 14 is the adoption of our operating and capital budgets. And we had our public hearing, and nobody really particularly wanted to talk to us. Is there anything y'all want to discuss further? We've had some extensive meetings.
Leave it on discussion.
Okay, that one stays on discussion. Okay, we will now go to our special, next to the last special called meeting, and this one relates to the possibility of a moratorium on Milledge Avenue and Castalia, and we need to have a roll call, Ms. Spratlin.
Jefferson.
Here.
Sams.
Here.
Link.
Here.
Wright.
Present.
Daly.
Present.
Neesmith.
Here.
Hale.
Here.
Harrod.
Present.
Gertz.
Here.
Kennedy.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
May I submit into the record the original notice of call meeting signed by 9 commissioners, the waiver of formal notice of the special call meeting signed by 9 commissioners, and the certificate of delivery of notice upon the commissioner who did not sign the waiver.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And this would be the time that anyone that wants to speak to this issue would come to the podium to talk to us tonight. Anyone want to speak to the Milledge Avenue or the Castalia?
Good evening, Mayor Danson and Commissioners. My name is Claudia Sant. I live at 403 Milledge Circle. I and several of my neighbors organized the petition in favor of a local historic district in the Milledge Circle area. In my 3 minutes here, I want to underscore one simple point. We are asking merely that the established process for the creation of a local historic district be allowed to unfold as it has in the past. We have adhered to this process scrupulously from the outset. We canvassed the neighborhood many times, we shared information, gathered support, and held a public meeting. We collected only 1 signature per house and only within the proposed district. Our petition, representing 59% of homes in the neighborhood, is therefore an accurate representation of the feelings of a solid majority of stakeholders. Our supporters are builders, retirees, real estate brokers, teachers, and others from across the political spectrum and from one end of Milledge Circle to the other. We came together as a neighborhood over this issue. As property owners ourselves, we respect the rights of property owners, including their and our right to have input in the building guidelines that affect our neighborhood. We therefore respectfully request that the commissioners support us on starting on the path towards historic designation for Milledge Circle. Our request is consistent with the goals pursued by other neighborhoods within Athens and by thousands of communities around the nation. As part of our request, we are asking for a partial, temporary moratorium on demolitions. The most recent precedent on Rutherford Street placed a complete moratorium on all demolitions of any sort and on building permits. By contrast, in our case, we wish to allow for demolitions and additions to houses with respect to rear elevations and roof lines and to allow for new building permits. We request this allowance so as to incorporate the suggestions of our neighbors, voiced in our many face-to-face discussions and in the public meeting in the ACC library last month. In this way, we have met the concerns of as many people as possible, though, of course, as on every issue, a few will still object. The reason for the partial temporary moratorium is simple. Milledge Circle is likely to lose 1 historic house on the National Register later this month. That's 398 Milledge Circle, either through demolition or, we can still hope, removal. If that house can be purchased and demolished or removed for the price of $667,000, then any house in the neighborhood could be a target, including the beautiful homes designed by local architect Frederick Orr in the early 20th century. Just as there was a rush to seek building permits before the onset of the new infill guidelines, we fear that without this partial temporary moratorium, there will be a rush to demolish homes in our neighborhood. In short, we ask that you support the majority of Milledge Circle stakeholders in our desire to follow the process for the creation of a local historic district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sant.
Good evening. I'm John Doris. I live at 725 Milledge Circle. I'm opposed. The only thing I request is that the methodology be verified of the information you just heard. I've had several people email me today that implied that they signed the aforementioned document without full understanding of the details. I've also been led to believe that the moratorium details have changed a little bit. I don't know if that's factual or not. But to me, the important thing is the methodology. Everybody has a bias. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is, and it's become somewhat acrimonious. But if we stick to the methodology that's historically used, which in my opinion has been deviated from here, I think that the right decision will be made. And all that I feel that to impose this moratorium when people in the final hour have said, hey, I signed it, now that I realize that it's not exactly what I expected it to be, that's not a fair representation of the constituents. So my only appeal would be delay this vote until you can verify who supports it. If it's 59%, I agree, it should be supported. But I challenge that. I've had a number of people text or email saying it wasn't their intention to sign on to what's currently being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doris.
Good evening. My name is Oliver Pryor, and I live at 655 Milledge Circle. As of this morning, in response to one house out of 87 being demolished and one more demo permit having been granted, you guys were going to vote on a resolution that would have precluded demos, except for accessory structures, relocations, exterior building permits for alteration, repair, construction affecting front and side elevations, which in effect precluded all exterior building permits. So the resolution as of this morning would have inarguably been actually more onerous than any actual local historic district that our homes may be placed in. Now, to your credit, apparently I've heard on the street that you guys have been redrafting this today, and in fact, less than an hour ago maybe, in an attempt to address the almost universal uproar over the language of the original resolution to appease your constituents' concerns. The problem is the redraft was done today, as I understand, and as I sit here right now, I haven't seen or read or have time to analyze or interpret or comment on the actual language of the drafting of the resolution. We've had zero time to do this. And this is an important situation here, and it's undoubtedly going to have profound effects on our property rights. How can we comment knowledgeably? How can I sit up here right now and comment knowledgeably about the new language that supposedly is coming forward when we're presenting it for the first time today, as I sit here right now? The answer is we cannot. The only thing I can comment knowledgeably on is that we need more time to read and analyze the language before it gets pushed through. So, in closing, I urge you all to please consider my points and table any vote on the moratorium on demolition until the June 6th meeting, thereby giving everybody time to read and consider the language. I think that's a pretty modest and reasonable request that I'm asking you, given the circumstances. However, if you insist on voting tonight, I urge you to vote no, as you'd be otherwise meaningfully disrupting the status quo and affecting property owners with no time given for us to weigh in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Pryor.
My name is Laura Welch, and I live at 385 Springdale. In January of 2017, I made an offer on 398 Milledge Circle. My offer was not accepted. When my real estate agent informed me that another offer had been accepted, I submitted a backup offer and $6,000 in earnest money. In February 2017, the James family closed on the property and my earnest money was returned to me. On March 22nd, I contacted Travis Elrod, the new owner, and informed him that if he planned to move forward with the demolition, I would like to acquire the original structure from him and move it to a nearby location, if a feasibility study proved that it could be done within legal and financial constraints. Since then, I have engaged the assistance and opinions of a house mover, an architect, several builders, and an attorney. I have also made an offer and received a counteroffer on a lot in a historic district in 5 Points. Since March 22nd, Mr. Elrod and I have worked together in good faith to address our mutual interests and save the house from demolition. Although it was always my hope that the house stay in its original location, I am prepared to invest extensive time, money, and effort to move it. Mr. Elrod has been fully supportive of my intentions and graciously agreed to keep our discussions confidential. I'm not a property owner on Milledge Circle. I therefore do not offer support in favor or against the moratorium. I simply wanted to communicate that we all care about this house and the neighborhood, and we want to see that the best outcome is achieved given the current situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Welch.
I'm Rue, excuse me, I might not be able to talk. I'm Rue Walker. I live at 301 Parkway Drive. Go back to a little history. I was born in Athens, Georgia in 1924 at the corner of Milledge and Baxter. And in first or second grade, moved to 250 Milledge Circle. Then we lived a short while at 124 Cherokee. And then my dad bought a house at 403 Stanton Way. And our driveway was what is now Woodlawn. But Woodlawn ended right there. And so I've been in the house I'm in now for 52 years, and it's a 63-year-old house. But when I read in the paper about the demolition of the house, and then it started on historical houses, I thought, I can't sit here, because to me a historical house, I'll get my placard when it's the President's House or the Theta House or the Barrow House even on Milledge Heights. Those houses have real history. Houses in 5 Points have a lot of fun history, but if you're going to go by age, practically every house in 5 Points is an old house. And I think about, I wanted to tell you, I can remember when Milledge Avenue stopped, I mean the pavement at Hampton Court, we had streetcar lines, and I lived on an unpaved street. So I go back a long way. But the paper upset me really bad, much, thinking about what is a historical house. And then also the paper upset me when a neighbor they put in the paper that somebody's house is a monstrosity. 5 Points is people, not houses. We have been always people. And we've always had people that built big houses. There were the Michael houses. There's the Dobbs house on Woodlawn. The house at 245 Westview Drive, I'm very familiar with. And it loomed up, but nobody got mad or upset. Person across the street built, after the war, built a very modern flat roof house. Did anybody get mad or do anything? It was his property. Y'all, you have rights on your own property to do what you want to do, and to nitpick with all of this and some of the streets that you are putting and calling it historical, and you can't change the houses, is just, it's just out of the realm of my thinking. And it just really, really upsets me that anybody is divisive when people are concerned. People are more important than houses, and my thinking is, if somebody builds a house, please excuse me, and brings young people in the neighborhood, that's the greatest thing in the world. And who knows, but one of those children may grow up, be a doctor, find the cure for cancer, then 100 years from now it'll be a historical house. But I think there's a lot of going on that just really is upsetting. And let me see what I might have done.
Miss
You were
Walker, I'm
talking
sorry.
about Grammerson Caskey. He was a wonderful builder, but he was something. You're talking, you know, his house was torn down for the Baptist church. I mean, it was so great. In other words, 5 points is people and love and communication and no divisiveness, please.
Thank you, Ms. Walker.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and the Commission. My name is Travis Elrod, and my wife Monica and I are the owners of 398 Milledge Circle. My actions in dealing with the property at 398 Milledge Circle have been completely legal and within all guidelines set by the ACC government and the Planning Department. Prior to purchasing the property in February, I inquired with the Planning Department about historic designations affecting the property and found none. The information was pertinent to my purchase, regardless of plans to renovate or build new on the site. This was the deciding factor, and it had significant personal financial implications. I chose to invest in 398 Milledge Circle based on this information. The potential moratorium, as currently written, will cause me and my family harm, effectively stopping any construction-related progress. Although I respect those individuals who choose to live in historic districts, I did not choose to purchase property in a historic district. However, I am now potentially having the rules changed after the fact and forced upon me. I am a supporter of individual property rights. I believe residents should be able to do what they want with their own property as long as it falls within legal guidelines. In my opinion, local historic designation should be proactive, thorough, and rational, not emotional and mudslinging and political. The attempt to use such a heavy-handed approach as a moratorium to block a single property owner's rights, in my opinion, is selfish and unfair. It is also without rational justification to subject approximately 87 other property owners to a regulation truly targeted at one property. For the record, yes, we did apply for a demo permit, although we have not finalized our plans for the property. Any other opinions on this are purely speculative and have no factual basis. I can assure that whatever we decide to do with the property will be respectful, and if we choose to renovate or build new, it will be in keeping with proper proportions for the lot and the street following the newly adopted construction guidelines. Personally, my family and I have weathered extreme public persecution and shaming. The vicious nature of some of these attacks have been startling and truly sad. Fortunately, rumors and propaganda are of no merit, and reasonable level-headed folks tend to see through that. My wife is an Athens native. I've been here for over 20 years. Monica and I are currently raising a middle schooler and a rising high schooler. This is our hometown. We love Athens. We have no intentions of living anywhere else. So to come under the scrutiny of our elected officials in such a negative way for doing absolutely nothing wrong is quite frankly unjust and demoralizing. My hope is that rational thought and objective reason will be used in making a decision regarding the moratorium for Milledge Circle. Please don't let bias and concerns for one property cloud the judgment for a decision affecting so many. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elrod.
My name is Mary Catherine Smith. I'm a real estate agent here in Athens and have been in the business for 14 years. I just wanted to speak up. First of all, I ditto everything that Travis Elrod just said. I have multiple clients in the room right now. I have people that are under contract. I have people that are in the middle of negotiations. Homes that have been purchased that were sellers of mine, that the buyers are in this room as well and have done massive renovations. I'd want the motion for a moratorium. I would like it tabled altogether, but at least to not be voted on tonight. There does need to be more time. There needs to be more research. I believe that you all need to reach out to people that it directly affects and people who are, my job is to represent legally buyers and sellers. Cannot do that if I don't have the most up-to-date information and if y'all are not discussing with us. At 5:32, I received an email. I had a counter offer on a home currently for sale in Milledge Circle, and they just pulled out because of this meeting, because of the Friends of 5 Points listserv. Those sellers who are not here right now, I do not represent them. I feel very sorry for them. They just lost a sale, a cash sale, that was extremely close to list price. And it is 100% because of the rash motions to make this movement. I have another client with a lot, and the people that have been interested in purchasing that lot that is on Milledge Circle, they are going to reconsider, one of which has been in negotiations for over a year. This is a big deal. This is people who have been in the process of finding their dream home, creating a place to raise their families, and people who've been in this process for quite some time, just like the Elrods, and looking for a home, purchasing a home. You don't just buy a home the next day. It takes a lot of thought. I currently have their home listed in Tanglewood, which is the most phenomenal renovation of a classic ranch on 6 acres. And if any of you wanted to come see it, please do. It's currently listed. I think you would be thrilled to see what they can do in keeping with a home in its time period and its era. But very specifically now to speak to my current clients, some that are under contract, one that was in negotiation but is not now, you've got to put a hold on this. You need to speak with agents, see how many people you would be affecting that are in the midst of it right now, because they're making the biggest financial decision of their life. And as Travis said, I mean, he was not looking to buy a historic home. A lot of people are not. There are those that do, that have that tolerance level for it. But if you would please reconsider and table the motion and just do further research, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Good evening. My name is John Waters. Like so many people, I came to Athens as a student and was immediately impressed with the beauty of the architecture and its history, which is primarily 19th century. I think too many people forget that the 20th century represents a great deal of our heritage as well. And Milledge Circle, which is where I live, 638, was really one of the early streetcar suburbs from 5 Points down to McWhirter. And from McWhirter down to Westlake, it was one of the first automobile suburbs. So it has a great history in terms of the early 20th century here in Athens. And for those of us who have lived in Athens for a long time, and particularly in our neighborhood, where within the past 1 year we've had 3 demolition requests, 2 total and 1 partial, you begin to realize that, my goodness, Athens has become the center of a demolition derby, so to speak. And the trouble with that is the fact that you find that you really are not sure what is going to happen next door to you and how that's going to affect your property, not to mention your style of life and so forth and so on. So I'm one of the many proponents for the moratorium on Milledge Circle, and I hope that you'll consider it favorably. I'm glad we have this opportunity to talk about it tonight. And I think that having this moratorium and then that really triggering a year's study of what is there of historic merit and worthy of preservation will really be the step in the right direction in terms of what we should do with not just Milledge Circle, but really all of the 5 Points area. I know there are other streets, as you know, that are concerned with designation as well, and probably others that just simply haven't stepped forward yet. But and I hope that occurs. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Waters.
Hello. I just wholly agreed with the gentleman who spoke. That was very refreshing to hear. First off, I'd like to say that if you do not want to live in a historic home, you should not be buying one.
Excuse me, would you give us your name?
Yes, I'm Margaret Williams. Mayor Denson and Commissioners, you are now guardians of this magnificent city of ours. Your decisions will either help preserve Athens' historic heritage and very unique character, or they will destroy it. I would like you to please take the time now to vote yes on extended demolition moratorium in order that our wonderful city does not become a suburban sprawling nightmare. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Good evening. Scott Reed, 420 South Milledge Avenue. I appreciate what we've just heard from both Mr. Waters and Ms. Williams. Regarding Milledge Circle and the designation for the historic district there and for Castalia, the character of these districts and their architectural inventory to date remains very much intact. A demolition moratorium would allow the necessary time to establish the neighborhood as a local historic district. I strongly, very strongly support a one-year moratorium on demolition, but I have to say, after listening to the concerns of the residents of Milledge Circle and Castalia, I do believe that what may very well already be underway, that we need to alter the language somewhat to apply to demolition permits and items that would significantly and permanently alter the architectural character of this district. The language should allow for reasonable alterations and additions during the course of the moratorium. However, the end result of establishing a local historic district will be a great thing for the residents here, will be a great thing for Athens. I still have a home in District 7, but last year I moved to District 4 in a local historic district where I can now feel protected. Like the house next door will not disappear overnight and be replaced by what I've heard from so many people described as a very sensitive home for the neighborhood, which turns out to look like something from suburban Oconee County. We didn't opt to make a tremendous investment in Athens, my hometown, to live in Oconee County. That being said, I think that there are great things to come from these designations, and I appreciate the hard work of those who have been involved in drafting this. I urge you to support this and protect our history, protect our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. My name is Drew Deacle. I live at 194 Westview Drive. I am also the chairman of the Athens-Clarke County Historic Preservation Commission. And obviously, I'm very supportive of a Milledge Avenue Historic District. Part of the way that we achieve a historic district is through a moratorium on demolitions, and I was an early supporter of the demolition moratorium. I, however, would agree with Mr. Reed that I think that the language that is needed is to prevent complete demolitions. That is the sort of language we need. We're going to put our finger in the dam and stop the flood. But Mr. Elrod, if he should not be affected. New construction permits for a vacant lot should not be affected. Side elevations should not be affected. Rear and side roof elevations should not be affected. What we're looking for, and I think what most of the neighbors support, is a moratorium on full demolitions. If we can get that, then we can move into a historic district with guidelines that are acceptable to the whole community, and we don't make everyone in the neighborhood mad when they want to put a deck on the back of their house or on the side of their house or put a dormer on their house, or like Mr. Elrod, who's already gone through the process, if it may be at this time his right to demo that house, even though I wouldn't demo it and I don't support demoing it, that is at this time probably his right. So I feel like the language was probably very well intended, but I think it's actually more, I think the language should be, maybe there's a commission-defined option that could happen, where we just say, let's have a moratorium on full demolitions, and that's it. And then perhaps more people would buy into that. And then, when we write the guidelines for the district, we write the guidelines such that we don't create a lot of unintended consequences, because on our commission, we do have such situations where we're sitting there looking at the guidelines, and I'm trying to get Mr. and Mrs. Applicant approved here, but we simply can't do it because we're reading these guidelines. And so then we get accused of being too picky or too hard, but we're bound by our guidelines a lot of times. So I have friends on both sides of this issue, and so I'm trying to find something that's acceptable to the neighborhood. What we really want as a neighborhood is a moratorium on complete and total demolitions, and that's about all. And things that happen beyond that for this year, so be it. That's my, hopefully that helps.
Thank you, Mr. Deacle.
Good evening, everybody. Mayor and Commission, I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Dorothy O'Neill. I reside at 174 Highland Terrace, but my husband and I own property directly across the street from us at 490 Milledge Circle. I'm here this evening to support the demolition moratorium for Milledge Circle while the question of local historic designation can be explored. Come June, I'll be a 25-year resident of the neighborhood. We purchased the 490 Milledge Circle property to prevent the loss of what we consider to be a small but charming older home that anchors our own corner of smaller homes. This house served our neighborhood as a rental property for decades, and we hope to improve this home during our ownership. There have been many changes to our neighborhood during our 25-year tenure, but in the last several years we've experienced those changes at an increasingly alarming rate, and in many cases in a far more radical manner than we have experienced in the past. I like a lot of the change. Many of the renovations we see are positive as our older, outdated homes are transformed attractively into more modern living spaces to house growing families. We're fortunate to have numerous examples to prove that these older homes can be significantly enlarged in a way that minimizes negative impact on neighboring homes. The concern now, however, is a growing tendency toward wholesale demolitions, some very radical partial demolitions, and some resulting construction that's out of scale with surroundings and having a very negative impact on neighboring homes. This is the case in my own immediate neighborhood. Recently, of course, we've been shocked to face for the first time the possibility of perhaps losing one of the oldest and loveliest homes on Milledge Circle to demolition. This is a home on the National Register, as you know. From that has come a heightened interest in a local historic district. We are now at a tipping point as we are forced to acknowledge going forward that every single house on Milledge Circle may be considered fair game for demolition, regardless of its beauty, its history, its condition, or other intrinsic value, but instead is purchased merely for the parcel of real estate on which it stands. Thus, our call for a moratorium, while we explore the complicated issue of whether or not we as a neighborhood wish to move forward with local historic designation. I'm personally more than willing to work with the Historic Preservation Commission on changes and updates that we hope to make to our own Milledge Circle property. I would even like to one day be able to attach my own nearby residence to any historic district that's created. I ask your help on the issue in front of you tonight, and I thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill.
Good evening. I'm Missy Wilson at 546 Castalia Avenue. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. You know, I was not born here. I moved here a couple of years ago. My husband, Will, he owns the home on Castalia. He's owned it for 18 years. And when I met him on the coast, we decided to come to 5 Points and raise our family. I would have never made that decision without visiting 5 Points. And I was so in love with the charm and the history that we moved here and expanded our family and expanding again. So we are contributing to the population of 5 Points quite a bit. 50 years from now, my children will be in their, early 50s, maybe 49. But, this room's going to look a lot different in 50 years. But what is 5 Points going to look like in 50 years? I've heard some wonderful experiences of people growing up in Athens, and I want my children to have that same experience that they had in 5 Points as they're growing up. Right now is the chance to preserve that process. And I approve of Castalia, as a Milledge Circle. Milledge Circle leads into our street, and we have 2 very deep Milledge Circle lots. So this issue is kind of a double whammy for us. But I do want to say, without structure, people make their own interpretations. And as you can tell tonight, there's a lot of interpretations on historic neighborhoods and history, but the National Register felt it important enough to come down and designate Athens neighborhoods. And all we're doing is asking to also locally protect those. In my hometown, which is the second oldest in Georgia, we did not survive the demolitions and the partial demolitions in our county during the boom. And unfortunately, they came in too late to try to preserve some of the neighborhoods. Now, we did preserve what was left, but, it was a heartbreaking process. And one of the things that, I loved about 5 Points so much was that charm in the neighborhood was still there. We're a community. We're a community with different opinions about everything. But we're not only preserving homes, we're preserving a community. And when you alter it too much, you can also alter the character of that community, which I've experienced personally. So I would just ask you tonight that to remind you that, we're thinking about the future and we're thinking about the children in the future here. And I want my daughter and son and whatever this baby may be to, experience the same thing that I'm experiencing now. And on Castalia, we haven't really changed since 1960 on our street. We've had some additions that are so tasteful. You can drive down our road, many of you walk down it, and it really hasn't changed that much. And so we're just asking for people moving in that they keep that in character and that we can keep that charm on our street. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson.
Hello, my name's Tyler Davis. I live at 644 Milledge Circle. I'm here to speak about the proposed moratorium. We're not going to get on the local historic designation at this point, but I feel hurt and betrayed because myself and the rest of my neighbors on Milledge Circle have been lied to. The petition that was signed by some of our neighbors and presented to the mayor and commission at the last meeting is not what is being voted on this evening. The petition, it never mentions anything about a moratorium on building permits. Because of the wording of the recent Rutherford moratorium, I expressed concerns about a moratorium on building permits many times and asked about it at the neighborhood gathering that we had at the library in which both Mike Hamby and Allison Wright attended. I was told at the meeting by Mike Hamby, my commissioner, and Drew Deacle, chairman of the HPC, and Claudio, the one organizing and heading the meeting that night, that our moratorium on Milledge Circle will be worded differently. It would not include construction permits and would just include substantial demolition permits. The way the moratorium is currently written will not allow new construction permits or exterior renovations / additions off the front or sides of the house until June 8th of 2018. This is the one that was passed on to me by my commissioner yesterday. I don't know if it's been reworded since then, but I'm addressing that. I think this is absurd, and I think if people that signed the original petition knew what was going on, knew it was going to be worded this way, they would have never signed the petition. I believe the mayor and commissioner should at least allow the citizens of Milledge Circle to review the moratorium as written and decide if they now want to sign the petition based off the current wording. I think the number of signatures would be drastically different than the petition they originally signed. Let's please do not act hastily and approve something that is wanted by a minority of people on the street. This moratorium will negatively affect every homeowner on our street, and I think we are creating more problems than resolving by passing a building permit moratorium. Not only am I concerned about this from a homeowner point of view, but I'm also concerned as a contractor that focuses on renovation work in my own neighborhood. I have worked on 8 houses on Milledge Circle to date, and I plan on working on many more. But this moratorium would guarantee a stop of it for 12 months and could potentially affect it for a lifetime. I have had recent conversations with 5 different homeowners on my street that are looking to do renovations or additions to their existing house, and I could potentially be the contractor on these projects. This moratorium would stop them from being able to do this and would greatly affect my financial well-being. This is not right, and we need to take the time to think this process through. Since I have more time left, I will move on to the local historic designation. I feel like something that I have brought up in meetings before many times, and I still haven't gotten a true answer why this can't be done, and I think it would make everyone in this room happy, would be we set up a system where if a house meets certain criteria that is set aside by our local government to be historic, at that point they can designate their personal house a local historic property. They can then benefit from whatever the tax benefits are to that homeowner. They control their property. That, at that point, goes on with the property for the lifetime of the property. So they are, in sense, saving this property. The property that we're talking about, 398 Milledge Circle, has been owned by 4 different people in the last 11 years, according to the tax records. One of those people could have implemented this on the house. We wouldn't be having this discussion today. And I feel like that would make everyone happy in the neighborhood. It would take the ones that were non-contributing and would, my red light's up. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bethany Davis. I live at 644 Milledge Circle as well, and I'm opposed to the moratorium. I have been asked by my neighbors that live on the street to read some letters to you all. This is from Steve Covington at 545 Milledge Circle. Dear Athens-Clarke County Unified Government County Commissioners. I'm writing you today ahead of the County Commission meeting scheduled for tonight at 6 p.m. to discuss the moratorium on demolition permits and building permits that are being proposed for our neighborhood. My wife Greta and I have lived at 545 Milledge Circle for the past 10 years. We love our neighborhood and appreciate the historical significance of the 5 Points neighborhood and Milledge Circle. I would also like to add that Greta received her graduate degree from the Master of Historic Preservation program at UGA 25 years ago and also grew up in 5 Points neighborhood. It's safe to say that Greta is a preservationist at heart and supports the idea of Milledge Circle neighborhood being designated as a local historic district. It is also safe to say that we both respect our neighbors' opinions on the proposed Milledge Circle historic district. In fact, Greta recently helped with outreach to our neighbors to assess their interest in signing a petition. The petition from residents of Milledge Circle neighborhood to create a local historic district, to put a one-year moratorium on demolition permits within the proposed Milledge Circle historic district. Subsequent to the petition gaining signatures, we and others in our neighborhood, some of whom have also signed the petition like Greta, have now found out that what was advocated in the petition and what is being voted on tonight are much different. From a number of emails that have been going around on the 5 Points listserv and also conversations with some of our neighbors, it is clear that there is much confusion from what is being voted on tonight by all of you. One example is a meeting with our neighbor Tyler Davis, and he had a meeting with Bruce Lonnie, and Bruce's interpretation of the proposed resolution is completely different than what many in our neighborhood interpret in the resolution. These misinterpretations confirm our belief that as a group we need to slow down and make sure we have the correct wording for the moratorium that represents our intentions as a street and represents those that signed the petition. Put another way, what we are urging everyone to do before casting a vote is to make sure that the stakeholders in the neighborhood are all aware of what is being voted on and to please exercise caution and reschedule the vote to another date, with possible adjustments being made to the resolution that you are being asked to vote on tonight. Not to beat a dead horse, but Greta and I respectfully urge each of you to do the fair thing for all concerned and please to take a step back and not rush to vote on this proposed resolution this evening. Let's all work together to potentially revise the language in the resolution if necessary, but most importantly, let's agree that the stakeholders who own property in this neighborhood deserve a consistent understanding of what is being voted on with the resolution, whatever their views may be said.
Ms. Davis, sir, your time's up. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Monica Elrod. My husband and I, Travis, currently own 398 Milledge Circle. I am reading a letter with the permission of Adam Nelson, who currently resides at 480 Milledge Circle. I've thought long and hard about writing a letter expressing my opinions about the proposed moratorium on building and the proposed historic designation of Milledge Circle, and I've been hesitant to do so. The reason is simple. There are a few people on this listserv that feel so one-sidedly passionate in favor of historic designation that any differing view is completely dismissed as thoughtless, insensitive, and indefensible. It's disappointing that some neighbors feel their opinions matter more than the homeowners next door, that their taste and preferences should be the taste and preferences of the entire street as well as anyone that chooses to move here. But I disagree. I've lived in a planned community and one designated historic. We bought a house on Milledge Circle 3 years ago. It's a wonderful house that was completely renovated prior to our purchase. We bought here because it wasn't zoned historic nor part of an HOA. We love the house, we love the community. It's a great place to live, but we bought here knowing that someone could buy the 2 rental houses on either side of us and tear down to rebuild. That wasn't a deal breaker for us. At some level, it was one of the main reasons for buying here. We'd lived in neighborhoods that limited our rights through historic or HOA, and honestly, those groups find the strangest ways to make your lives more challenging. So I'm writing here in opposition to historic and the moratorium on building. I believe that the individual property rights are important here. I also believe that this designation would have at least prevented us from looking on Milledge Circle 3 years ago, and thus it would have a negative impact on property values. I know that some people are not as appreciative of appreciating property values, but those of us who have bought in recent history may look at our homes as investments with a different set of expected returns. I also do not believe that anyone's personal preference and taste, let alone a collective of bureaucrats, should supersede the taste and preference of the individual homeowner. Historic is a nuclear option that will create a lot of problems. Once you go nuclear, you cannot go back. There is no way to unwind this designation, as the opinions of the property owners matter less than the opinions of the bureaucrats. There is no way to opt out of this designation. If there were, I would opt out. This is not a majority vote either. At the meeting, they said that once the wheels are in motion, it doesn't require a majority vote to confirm. I would strongly encourage everyone to think long and hard about pushing this any farther, as I believe it would destroy the foundation of the 5 points that my family bought into 3 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elrod.
Hi, my name's Kim Klinowski. I live at 125 Wilcox Street. I spoke before you about the importance of community and how changing a community has dramatic effects on lots of different things like schools and shops and different things. And that was a very specific discussion about 5 points, and I hope that you all remember my comments, and if not, you can watch them again. But today I want to talk about historic preservation and the history of Athens in a much more broader context. If you go to the visitathensgeorgia.com or exploregeorgia.org page, what will you see is the following quote: "Take a hip trip to Athens, Georgia, a vibrant, restored Victorian era downtown, teams with art galleries, trendy shops, world-renowned nightclubs, and distinctive dining. Historic architecture and impressive gardens complete the unique blend of traditional heritage and trend-setting Southern culture. In addition, our Welcome Center is currently housed in the very historic Church Waddell Brumbury House, which was built in 1820. So while it may not be something that we necessarily shout out to the world, it seems the way that we present ourselves to visitors, both online and those who come and visit us in the Welcome Center is in the context of history and Athens history. So it certainly seems that we have ascribed some historic value to our community. And I think that retaining historic areas in Athens is important to attract tourist dollars, and it makes good economic sense. There is a lot of value to owning a historic property. There are many studies that have shown that actually owning in a historic neighborhood increases the value of your home, even if you are not contributing to that historic community. So I think there's a lot of economic value there. And there have been studies that have shown that in 1997 there was a study that was published looking at Athens, Georgia specifically, and to whether or not home values were changing based on historic designation. And at the time, we had 4 designated local districts. So Cobham, Boulevard, Bloomfield, and I'm going to forget the last one. It wasn't downtown. No, I can't remember now. Woodlawn. And those houses actually had a higher property value over the time frame in which they were measuring home appreciation compared to comparable homes in the same community. In those 4 historic districts in particular, we've also seen a lot of changes, and those things have been approved through the HPC. I've seen in Cobham, for example, pools. We've seen addition of wraparound porches. We've seen multi-car garages being built. There's been some great infill and as well as additions that are very contextually sensitive. So I think there is the opportunity to change your home while contributing to what we have placed a value on in our community. So in conclusion, I just want to thank the Commission for their thoughtfulness and their forward thinking in calling this meeting, and I hope that you support the moratorium and the historic designation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Konowski.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Mike Fitzgerald. My wife and I, Jennifer, reside at 535 Milledge Circle. I settle on the side of not supporting a vote at all tonight on the moratorium, and I think that the wording and the language that I saw yesterday was definitely not in keeping with the original petition that was offered. I don't think it's defendable at all that process it's flawed if a vote is taken tonight. If a vote is not taken tonight, it can be reviewed and it can be analyzed and it can be used but only with the feedback of other homeowners in the area. There's been a lot of bullying going on with this process. There's been some childish behavior, and that's the worst part of this. We'll all survive a moratorium. We'll all survive a historic preservation district if that's in fact what the study indicates that we should do, which I'm having a real problem with the language of this moratorium. So the trajectory of this issue has just gotten out of control, and I urge you to not vote on any resolution tonight that has anything to do with a moratorium. And if you're going to put it on the agenda for June 16th, that's fine, but that doesn't mean a vote has to be taken then as well. And I urge you to think long and hard about this. We were in a bad rainstorm back in April, and a tree fell across the entire width of our lot and struck our garage. There's a lot of structural damage. I'm working with the insurance company. They keep the file open for a year. I've got 10.5 months to do this. If this moratorium goes in effect, I can't do any improvements while I'm at it. And this is to the side. And we have done a major renovation to our house in 2008. So I'm fully aware of the impact of how that affects neighbors. And I think most people on both sides of this argument have complimented what we did to the back and side of our house, on the roof line, the dormers in the front of the house. So I know what it takes to try and be sensitive to neighbors. So I would just tell you that please be sensitive to people that really have not had their message heard, and take your time. Don't vote on a moratorium tonight. That can wait 30 days, and get more information, and let us help you see through our eyes how it's going to impact our lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald.
I'm Jeb Bradbury. I live at 120 Fortson Circle, and I am the chairman of the Board of Assessors, so anything I say about taxes would be my own personal opinion, will not be the opinion of the Board of Assessors. Okay? I'm against a moratorium. My first knee-jerk reaction, like your knee-jerk reaction, is this ain't no way to run a railroad. I think you people are better than that. You're a jury out here, and I think prior to this meeting, I think what you have heard is one side of the story. You've heard the prosecution, and you hadn't heard the defense. Well, if you only hear one side of the story, then you're gonna go with that one, the prosecution or the defense, whoever went first. So I think you need to hear both sides of the story, and I think what you need to do to hear both sides of the story is not vote on a moratorium tonight. Let's vet this properly, and you can hear from both sides. These are all educated people, and so we just need to vet it. Nobody in this room, I don't think, is against historical preservation for something that is truly historic. So, but if we're going to put it in historic, if we're going to put Milledge Circle in historic, we're going to put Castalia, which I don't think there's a single house on that street that's historic. But why are we stopping there? Let's put Open Way. Let's come on down my street. I would love to have a 9-year freeze on my taxes. And I think you people need to understand that, especially when you just had your budget meetings, that this is what you're doing. You're going to give, these are most of my friends that live on Milledge Circle, so I'll say the elite, a huge tax break. I mean, are you kidding me? Why? And here's the deal from the Board of Assessors, from my position on the Board of Assessors, when you give somebody a tax break, the rest of the public has to pick up the freight and go. Mayor Denson said, y'all do the budget, and then we decide how the increases go, then we take out the exemptions, and then, y'all keep the millage rate the same because that's the way y'all do it. But that's not the way it's supposed to be done. But anyway, if historic is going to be set at a very low bar of being 50 years old and built by someone then we need to go a little higher than that. Anybody, like Tyler said, you can apply for a landmark historic, and I'm going to read to you. Landmark historic property having exceptional architectural, historic, or cultural significance pursuant to a comprehensive local historic preservation ordinance and blah, 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 blah. But that's the bar that needs to be set, not just it's old. Red light's on, it's hot in here, I'm going to take my mama home.
Thank you, Mr. Bradbury.
Good evening. I'm Steve Covington, and I live at 545 Milledge Circle, and appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. Appreciate you giving the opportunity for everybody to speak. My goal tonight is just to again ask, please respectfully ask, not to vote on this resolution tonight. We would, as a neighborhood, all of us would like to be able to understand what the resolution is and see it, be able to read it. And I was just thinking just now, wouldn't it be nice if maybe we picked a night in the next couple of weeks before your next vote, and we'd roll out the red carpet and all kinds of neighbors could sign up and participate, and you could come into the neighborhood and visit some of the homes and see some of these renovations and just actually get your feet on the street and get in the neighborhood and just see what's going on and hear some stories, real life stories about what people are doing to make the quality of life in 5 Points really good. I'll just say this, I've been there 10 years. I've heard a number of comments tonight about quality of life and the impact of some of these homes, the demolitions that have gone on, and some of these renovations. Not everything is completely negative. It's not all a demolition and put up a house that we don't agree with. Right across the street from me, in the last year, our dear friends moved to Charlotte, sold their home. Our new neighbors demolished it. I sat there and watched it. I saw 10 years of great memories in 2 or 3 days. Gone. The whole house just gone. That wasn't fun, but I understand and respect that's part of the process. But as it relates to our neighborhood, what I've seen in the 10 years since I've been in Milledge Circle is a lot of the older people and an older generation that were moving out of their homes on Milledge Circle. And what our street is today with all the young families that have moved in and the children, it's a great opportunity. It's a great thing. I feel like our neighborhood's vibrant. And we all have different political views and different socioeconomic, all kinds of different things. But it's a wonderful melting pot. And I just feel like that if you had the time and took the time to get in the neighborhood and learn about what's going on, I think we could all benefit from having a more measured discussion about this. And I don't think everybody in the audience in our neighborhood is against historic preservation. We love our neighborhood and respect it for what it is. But it's okay to have new families move in and do some things to their homes to make their home the kind of home they want it to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Covington.
Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Bynum Boley. I currently live at 195 Westview Drive, but come Friday, I hope to close on 290 Milledge Circle, which needs a lot of work, but we're really excited about a historic renovation there. I'm here to talk to you because I'm against the moratorium on building permits because we have a lot of work to do. All we want to do is really add a dormer to the back of the house, and a building permit will prevent us from doing that. So if you vote in favor of a moratorium, my closing is on Friday, and we'll probably walk away with our earnest money gone. So I just encourage you to look at how you word the moratorium. I'm actually very excited about the historic preservation and being in the historic district. So I'd be in favor of that, but against the moratorium. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bowley.
Madam Mayor and Council, I'm Ted DeVore. I live at 585 West Cloverhurst in Athens. First of all, I'd like to set the record straight concerning one member of the Milledge Circle group. And at the last council meeting, somebody from Friends of 5 Points or from the Historic Preservation Committee sat up here and said they were so excited because they got Vince Dooley's approval and signature. Well, this afternoon, Barbara sent in an email and said, would we please let y'all know. It says, Vince Dooley and I are totally opposed to a 12-month moratorium as well as making Milledge Circle historic district. Please make sure that you cast this vote. So that sets the record straight concerning that. But concerning the moratorium, I'm against the moratorium. I'm also against the historic district particularly. I like historic preservation. I think it ought to go per property. what is really going on here. It seems like more people are worried about what's on both sides of them than they are about their house. Because on their house could have been historic, but they've added front, sides, portholes, all kind of things, so now it will never be historic. Also, this process on Milledge Circle was tried years ago. Let's do a little research and find out why it failed then, instead of just saying, oh, give a one-year moratorium. A one-year moratorium doesn't last just a year for the homeowner, because he gets to start his building at the end of a year. And so if he has a freshman in high school, that means that girl won't be able to enjoy 5 points till she's a junior. And that just takes her out of the 5 points experience for 2 years, because it takes 8 to 12 months to build or add on or do whatever you want to do. So these are just my feelings, but I do hope y'all take all this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeBoer.
My name's Rebecca McCarthy. I live at 538 Castalia Avenue. I wish Mr. Bradbury were still here because I don't know if y'all, every day almost, I drive on Rock Springs. There are little shotgun houses on the going toward Milledge side of the house, of the street. And a lot of people would say, oh, those are just, dumpy old houses. We should have torn them down. Well, it's a historic district. Why is it a historic district? Because it's part of the fabric and the history of Athens. It's not the size of the house. It's not, did T.R.R. Cobb live in the house? It's part of the fabric. And the way I look at Athens and the way I look at my hometown is it's a quilt. It's not a piece of silk. It's a quilt. It's made up of little patches that all kind of fit together in a cohesive unit. Our street is made up of modest houses, and when Missy Wilson moved in, by gum, we were going to be a historic district. We started our process long before Jen Hoover's mother got sick and she knew she was going to move and sell her house. We started last year, and we went to the HPC. We had a good reception from them. The process, for various reasons, stalled. We finally got some support from Mr. Hamby and Ms. Wright, and our houses on one side of the street were all built almost en masse in the 1930s. On the other side of the street, they were built in the 60s, early 60s, and one was built in the late 40s. They're little houses. Most of y'all wouldn't want to live in them. Several of them have been renovated, but as Missy said, if you're looking at the house, you can't tell it. The late Paul Castalia, who was a big proponent of historic preservation, was the architect for two of our houses, and he was a nut about making sure that it was in keeping with kind of the sense of the house, to have it kind of not. Anyway, it fits in well, and it's hard to tell what's been done because it hasn't altered it significantly. We consider ourselves part, let's say it's a rocket. The Milledge Avenue part is over here, and we are shooting to the moon still. We started long before they started gathering signatures, and I'm not sure we want to be roped in with them. They seem to have some issues they need to work out. Everybody on our street who lives on our street is happy about this process and the designation, and I hope y'all will let us proceed with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCarthy.
Hello, my name is Debbie Morris. I'm at 652 Milledge Circle. I'm here to read a letter from one of our neighbors on Milledge Circle. Her name is Kimberly Noland at 740 Milledge Circle. She states, "This is to be read in my absence at the May 16th special session regarding consideration of historic districts for the Milledge Circle and Castalia Avenue areas. Several weeks ago, I signed a petition to be brought before this commission requesting a moratorium on all further demolition on Milledge Circle. I signed, Mrs. Noland, with the understanding it would give us, the actual residents on Milledge Circle, time to consider the possibility of becoming registered on the National Register of Historic Places and possibly a local designation. I did not sign a petition that agreed to allow this commission to push through a local designation without allowing my neighbors the time to meet and consider this topic as is our right. Further, the petition I signed did not mention anything about new construction permits or exterior renovation additions to the front. My signature on the petition is revoked, and you do not represent me if you pass this altered moratorium or designate Milledge Circle as a local historic district tonight. While preservation in many forms is a passion of mine, I respect my neighbors' opinions and value these relationships above the brick and mortar that make up this street. Give the taxpayers on this street time to meet, debate, and understand this issue. Sincerely, Kim Nolan. For myself, I would just like to express that I don't agree with a moratorium at all. I don't understand why we've got to place a moratorium and burden and restrict the property owners on Milledge Circle while a study takes place. My recommendation is do your study, but don't burden me and don't prohibit people from wanting to buy or wanting to sell or to make improvements personally with their own property as a landowner. That's my position, and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Boswell. I own the property at 285, 287 Milledge Circle. I tried to send you all an email today. I didn't know I was coming from Atlanta, so I didn't know if I'd get here, but as my children say, my computer skills are somewhat lacking, so I don't know if you got them or not. But anyway, I'm opposed to this. And earlier someone said because you're in a historic district, your property values are higher, and that is inaccurate. Your property values are higher because of where you live. This area of Athens is the highest priced real estate outside of Atlanta and North Georgia, and it's already there. It's not because you're going to put a historic district designation on it. But my big concern is that the people who own property there are the people that need to get together and decide what they want to do, and that hasn't happened. This appears to be a rush to get this done, and it almost appears to me like we want to get it done before we know what they want to do. But let's get the property owners and the commission and the mayor to sit and let's have meetings and find out what the majority of the people really want to do. Because at this point, I certainly don't know. I'm not in favor of it, and what I own is a duplex. And that's historic. I don't know if it was built 50 years ago or 52 years ago. But my wife and I would like to demolish the house, move over there so we can live in 5 Points, and obviously at our age, if we can walk to 5 Points, we might be able to get that far. I don't know. But anyway, I very much would appreciate this not taking place. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Boswell.
Hey there, my name is Melanie Wilson Daniel. I live at 662 Milledge Circle, and I'm in a pretty unique position. If the moratorium goes through, well, I'm going to be affected. We've got a loan that's coming up. We've got a window of time to work in. And this has been a long time coming. Talk about historic. You should come see my kitchen if you want to see historic. It's important to me. You know, I need to get this done. I need to. We put it off for years. Scraped, saved, waited for the right time. Boy, did we pick the right time. On the other hand, if it doesn't go through, I'm sitting next to one of the smallest houses on Milledge Circle, probably going to be a tear-down buyer, sits uphill from me, pretty far uphill. If a giant house goes in there, it's going to blot out the sun. It's going to be like a nuclear winter. Take up rappelling, I don't know. But that's, I don't know who's going to buy it, what they're going to do. It probably will be a teardown. We've got to have some kind of common sense approach to this. yes, we need to save these old houses, we do. I don't know why we don't have a reverence for the history, the feel of 5 Points. There is something intangible. I understand property rights. I'm first and foremost conservative in most of my views. That includes conserving history and these houses. And I don't understand the impulse to tear them down. You can add on any number of things. It's embarrassing to me to say that because I'm getting in someone else's business and was taught that was impolite. But what's happening in Athens right now, it's almost like you better do that or somebody's going to put in something next to you that will blot out the sun. I think Mr. Deacle had some great ideas. Let's just stop the tear downs. Let's get clear about what the moratorium involves. Let's get repaired in our relationships and not have fractured neighborhoods and fractured relationships, and really try to get together and figure out how we can best make most everybody happy. I know everybody's got a story. Everybody has anecdotal things that they want to tell, but I want to say this. I don't want to live just any place, anywhere, and that's what we'll become if we just keep doing these builds, and we don't have any idea about how it affects the neighborhood, affects other people, and affects what Athens is. We want what we want, and most of the times we do things, me too, out of selfish motives. We've got a reason, but we need to take this kind of a bigger approach, be bigger people. I think we can do it. We just need to talk and be reasonable.
Thank you, Ms. Daniel.
Good evening. My name is Paul Collar. I live at 435 Woodward Way.
Paul, I'm sorry, I didn't understand your last name.
Collar, C-O-L-L-A-R, and I live at 435 Woodward Way. I'll keep my comments brief. I think I would just be repeating a lot of things that have already been said. But I am here to say that I do not support the historical district designation. I'm not in support of the moratorium, and I at least would like to encourage this commission to delay that and table, if not table it. As I said, I live on 435 Woodward Way, and while I don't have a direct interest in this in terms of living on Milledge Circle, if it can happen there, it can really happen anywhere. And I've chosen to live in Athens. I lived in Gainesville, Georgia prior to that, in a little town I grew up in called Austell. And I think part of the attraction of all of those cities is the fact that it is sort of can be an eclectic place to live. And part of that is because people can really do and try to do the things that they want with their property and their home. So I would encourage you all to reconsider what's on the table for a vote this evening and give it some more thought. Thank you.
My name is William Parker. I live at 480 Highland Avenue. I live in a house that was built in the 20s. I've done a renovation to the house and made great effort to make it look similar to how it looked from the street from the get-go. I moved windows to the front of my house so that original windows, which I regret every year this time of year, as my electric bill goes through the roof. But I chose to do that, and I am passionate about that. I think that's an appealing part of the house and the neighborhood. But I also recognize people's property rights, and I have neighbors directly across the street who have recently, a house sold, went down to the studs, and went back up. I watched the whole thing happen. It's not my property. I don't care what I think about is not really important. Now my kids have 3 more kids to play with across the street. That's what this neighborhood is about, and this whole situation has gotten very rude and offensive, and people are calling out, your house looks terrible. I can't believe they approved that to build there. It seems to me like we have addressed this with new building codes for the large part. And I don't want to see beautiful old historic homes torn down any more than the next guy. But Mr. Boswell just made a great point. A duplex is not historic, and it's not, nor does it have character or anything else. I mean, I would like to think that if a guy wanted to improve his property, in doing so, he'd be able to, and improve his quality of life and everything else. I didn't hear about this until this morning, and to hear that, I knew about the historic designation, but the whole moratorium seems like it is just being snuck through the back door at the last minute without a majority of the people knowing that this meeting is even happening. And to lump in building permits and whatever else is written in there seems absurd, to be honest with you. If we were talking solely about tearing houses down, that would be one thing. And to me, I think that should, draw more public opinion before you guys were to vote on that. But again, that's the way I feel about it. I recognize other people feel differently about it. But someone else made this comment earlier, but the fabric of the neighborhood is made by people. And I've walked by every house that has been torn down. I've lived here for 12 years in that same house. And I've seen houses be torn down. I've seen them built back. And, I didn't like all of them, but it doesn't offend me to walk by them either. I like walking by houses and speaking to people and being neighborly. And it seems like we've gotten away from that here lately. So I'm hoping you guys can not vote on this tonight, give us all more time to work through it.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
My name is Betty Alice Fowler, and I live at 450 Milledge Circle, and I want to thank you all for calling the meeting. And I am one of the people who collected signatures for the petition, and I'm a little bit confused about what the proposed moratorium is now. I will say that our purpose in collecting signatures was to stop further total demolition on Milledge Circle in the neighborhoods. And so I'm not quite sure what the change was that came up this morning that brought everyone here, especially what we talked about at our meeting at the library, and what I understood was to be a moratorium on total demolition with, I believe, some specific things having to do with the facade and roof lines of street view houses, the front and sides for ones that were on the corner. So this is a surprise to me, and I hope we can get back to where we were talking about not tearing houses down and making Milledge Circle a historic district. Athens, as we know, is changing every day. Many familiar landmarks are gone, and I have been dismayed at the demolition of so many houses in my neighborhood in the past year, and with their replacement with some that are sometimes just too big for the lots, and also the loss of many beautiful trees. And I want to thank Claudio for helping us get this far, and my neighbors, and Mike Hamby and Allison Wright, and the effort to avert this trend. I'm grateful to them. Milledge Circle is rich in a variety of architectural examples, including many houses whose owners have chosen to maintain their integrity even as they increase the overall size and modify the interiors. And these improvements are possible, and they're encouraged within historic neighborhoods and guidelines. And I'm grateful to those who have gone this route and hope that others will be inspired by them and will support a study of our district and an eventual local historic designation. Without the protection of this designation, we can expect the continued destruction of the houses that give our neighborhood its character and that contribute to its desirability as a place to live. So I ask you, commissioners, to please help us and help Athens by enacting a moratorium for historic designation and to prevent further demolition in Milledge Circle. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Power.
Good evening. My name is Amy Cassane. I'm the director for the Athens-Clarke Heritage Foundation. I live at 526 Highland Avenue. And I am here tonight to speak in favor of the moratoriums for Milledge Circle and Castalia Avenue. I just want to make one thing. I think, I'm on the listserv. I live in 5 Points, and I actually feel like this conversation has been, for the most part, pretty respectful on the part of the people who are in favor of historic preservation. And so I just want to defend them a little bit, because I think there's been some implication that people have been ugly and have attacked property owners, and I don't think that's true. I like the way Betty Alice ended her comments, and that was to ask for the Commission's help in protecting our historic resources. I think, honestly, that really is what's at stake here. I want to thank Commissioners Hamby and Wright for their monumental effort in getting us to this point tonight. And I don't want to dismiss all the comments that have been made here tonight on the listserv and elsewhere, but to me it really is a fairly simple issue. And it comes down to, in this community, do we want to protect our historic resources? Does Milledge Circle deserve to be protected by local historic designation? A portion of it was listed in the National Register in 1985, 32 years ago. So if Milledge Circle is not worthy of the protection that our community allows, then what is? And some people have asked, why now? Why a moratorium? We need more time. But we do need a moratorium. I mean, all you have to do is look around 5 Points and know that it is urgent. We've had 3 outright demolitions on Milledge Circle or in the vicinity of Milledge Circle in the last year, multiple extreme makeovers, which essentially amount to a demolition. So if you agree that Milledge Circle is historic, that it has character that we want to protect, then there's no argument about the urgency. I mean, I'm sorry, I understand people's concerns, I understand people's fears. But I'd like to step back a little bit and just say, to me, as director of the Athens-Clarke Heritage Foundation, and this is my life, this is my job, this is what I've been doing for 15 years in this community, I feel like we tend to take our historic resources for granted in this community. We have lots of historic districts. We have Milledge Avenue. We have all these wonderful properties. And so we tend to dismiss our desire to protect them as a matter of personal preference and taste, as if it has no greater value, as if it's only about the individual property owner and their immediate neighbors. It's not. It's a community value. We're not talking about speed bumps. We're talking about our historic character. So I just want to encourage you, when people talk about loss of property values and nothing, have a little faith. Have a little faith. There is no question that historic resources provide value, and for every person who will buy a historic home to tear it down, there is someone who will buy that historic home for the same amount and save it and protect it. And so have a little faith, understand that historic preservation is a value, and let's have the courage to stand up and tell people who want to buy a home in this community that we want to protect our historic resource. So thank you, and please help us.
Thank you, Ms. Castalia.
My name is Valerie DeVore, and I am reading this for Jason Higgins, who could not be here tonight. I'll be the first to say that I don't interact on the list much. However, I can't make it to the meeting tomorrow because my son has a senior banquet that I am attending. So I hope there is someone that can read this on my behalf against the moratorium and historic district. I live across the street from the property that was properly the catalyst for the latest petition. My name is Jason Higgins at 399 Milledge Circle, the old white brick house that was built in the 1920s. We've lived here for about 15 years. I graduated from UGA, as did my wife, so we now know the area well and love it here. Both the houses to my left and my right have done construction that I would not consider historic. To my neighbors, I'm not being critical, just giving some background. One was a complete tear down and rebuild, the other a large addition that is visible from our backyard. If you drive around the neighborhood, especially over the past few years, there have been several homes that have been renovated, some historic, some not, ranging from small renovations to complete overhauls. We've done renovations on our house, both inside and out, and are planning more, though nothing drastic. Some of the renovations around the neighborhood I like, some I don't, but that's not the point. The point is that we currently live in a neighborhood that gives us that freedom. Our neighborhood is a good mix of historic and non-historic homes. I'm happy that we currently don't have to go through a committee to make changes to our own property that we have poured sweat and money into over the years. Even though I would consider our house historic, we still have the original hardwoods and plaster walls, etc. I am opposed to the historic district and proposed moratorium. I think it would not only hurt our property value if we ever did decide to sell, but also make renovating and improving our house more difficult as long as we decide to stay. Of course, I hope that if 398 Milledge Circle and any other house is torn down, something new is built that fits the character of the neighborhood. But I'm not willing to limit current and future owners on what they have the ability to do. And it's no secret to Claudio and Rachel that I don't like what they did to the back of their house. It is not historical and completely destroyed our privacy in our backyard where we have a pool and a beautiful back porch. So it's ironic to me that they are heading this historic push. At this point, it's too late to be a historic district, in my opinion, and I think it would hurt us more than help us. Again, I can't make it to the meeting, but thank you for reading this for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeVore.
Hi, I'm Rita Kennedy. I live at 115 Bar Ridge Court on the east side. I came for something totally different, but after listening to so many people, I don't know what you're planning, but I think you need to get everybody together, and there's got to be some courtesy and some respect, because it's causing such a division. I mean, the federal government's falling apart. Can we keep Athens happy? You know.
Rita, what is your last name? I'm sorry.
Kennedy, Kennedy.
Thank you.
Okay, I came here because I thought I was going to be able to speak about this, and I hope I'm not in the wrong place. But I had asked for animal control to get an increase in the budget. I've been volunteering there for 10 years.
Yes, ma'am, this is the wrong place. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, anyway, I'm here. I paid for my parking. Just let me get my spiel and make it 3 minutes.
I think we get the idea.
And it's just, we have a beautiful place now. People think it's like a park. So they come and they let the dogs out, and then we had a couple of incidents where dogs got into fights and had to be euthanized. That doesn't usually happen if there's enough volunteers there, but I can't be there all the time, neither can the other volunteers. So we asked for some caretakers just to stay outside so they could take the dogs out, put them in the run, because some people are not quick enough. You know, I mean, I'm there chasing dogs after they let them go. But anyway, that's enough of that. I just wanted to know you're very, very passionate about animal control, and I all of a sudden became passionate about this because I love walking through that area. And there are some houses that, you know, if you're going to tear it, at least make it tasteful so it fits in. I mean, you know, it doesn't have to be, what is it? What do they call the elephant in the room? The pink elephant? Is that what they call it? I don't know. There's a saying that goes like, there's a big elephant, nobody can miss it. Not, you know, just to make it fit. And I think that would be nice because it is a beautiful, beautiful area. I mean, the big old trees, you walk through there. I mean, the east side is very nice too because we have trees and we've got more property. But if you want to build a big monstrosity, go to the east side, buy a couple of acres. I don't know. Anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be a comedian, but anyway, have a great night. Thank you for listening.
But also keep your dogs in on Milledge Circle, please.
Well, I don't, but that's a nice place. People walk their dogs there because they have sidewalks. I know you are. I know. But anyway, we're all going to have to relax a little bit.
Sometimes
Good night.
you
Have a
need to
great
laugh.
one. I don't want to put more money in the meeting. I'm feeding the county into this.
Hi, my name is Jared York. I live at 497 West Rutherford Street. Mainly here tonight to speak about the precedent that this sets when we put a moratorium on property. As someone who lives next door to a historic district, I've seen how a moratorium can affect my neighbor. My neighbor bought a house without knowing it was under a moratorium. Was actually, if I understand what happened correctly, issued a building permit and then called back and said, I'm sorry, we can't give you this. These things have unintended consequences. That was an unfortunate one. I think you've heard from some people tonight who came up here who are in situations that this could affect them. The problem I have with this, with a precedent, is this. As a property owner, I certainly don't expect to buy a piece of property and be able to sit on it for 10 or 20 years and have no zoning laws change, have nothing change that affects the value of my property. But I don't expect to have something change overnight with absolutely no warning. This is what we're doing here. At best, if you think that tearing a house is wrong, tearing a house down is wrong, and you want to stop that, we're trying to right a wrong by creating an even bigger wrong and hurting other people and hurting other people's flexibility with their property. There's no reason we need a moratorium to create a historic district. If that's what the residents want and you go through that process, then that's fine. In my opinion, the moratorium is just simply not needed. People can go on about their business. Again, like I said, I don't expect nothing to ever change with property that I own in this town, but I would like some notice so that I can know how that's going to affect me and how it's going to affect my family and how it's going to affect my investment when that happens. And I think you guys owe that to the constituents of 5 Points and the people who live on Milledge Circle. But I appreciate your audience here tonight, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. York.
Barbara Grossman. I live at 237 Highland Avenue. I know it's getting late, so I'll be quick. As many people have said, I think we just need some common sense and balance about all of this. But it's interesting to me how upset a lot of property owners are. I've been a property owner in 5 Points for 35 years. I feel victimized by the person next to me who is exercising her rights as a property owner, because I've had a tear down next to me, which was approved in 24 hours. So even when there are laws, it's very easy to get around it. And now I have, which was supposed to be, quote, a little jewel of a house built next to me, her garage right next to me, which is a 2-story garage, as close to the property line as possible. And so now when I look at my kitchen window, I see a wall. Behind me was a tear down, and now at the rear of my property, I have an 8-foot plastic wall also. So I respect people's property rights, but there has to be some balance. And when people say it's my property, I can do what I want, but what you do can affect somebody else. I'm actually concerned that this house is so close to me that it is negatively affecting my property value. And I wonder if and when I do want to sell it, whether I'll be able to sell it or whether it'll affect it. I sit out on my front lawn multiple evenings a night, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this. Probably twice a week, people drive by that I don't even know, stop by, they look at the house like that, and then they look at me and smile and shake their head. So it's not just me, and it's not just I don't like that house. It's not just a difference in taste. It's a monstrosity next to me. And so something like that needs to be addressed. So thank you very much.
I'm Blair Dormany. I live on Hill Street in the Cobham Historic District. I also own 150 Westview Drive, which is in the proposed Milledge Circle Historic District, and is about a block from the house that may be torn down that has, I guess, been the occasion for this demolition moratorium proposal. I think that Ms. Cassane and Betty Alice Fowler really got to the heart of it. It really comes down to you. You are the stewards of our community, of our shared values, of our shared built environment, the things that make Athens special. There's a lot of development going on, I don't need to tell you that, in Athens, and there is a core to it. Part of it is the historic houses that are here. It's the communities, the sense of community. I'm sorry that the Milledge Circle community is now riven over this issue, but I think that can be healed. You need to figure out how to work that out, and I appreciate what you do. It's not an easy job. I wouldn't want it, but thank you for doing it. I'm doubly interested in this because I have 2 properties. You have another moratorium on the agenda tonight. I'm actually in favor of both moratoria. I'm in favor. I live in an historic district. I've seen what it means to live in an historic district. I think it would be good for 5 Points, for the Milledge Circle area, to have an historic district. I'm not indifferent to property values as a property owner. My house in 5 Points is now an investment for me, and I anticipate that at some point I might make some changes to it. But I also believe that historic designation in this moratorium would ultimately work to the advantage of the community, to that neighborhood, and to my financial advantage. I think that historic districts are economic drivers. You get the tax benefit, but people want to live in historic districts. And if you look at Cobham, it's one of the most desirable places to live. And one of the reasons is because it's protected. And take a quick look at the tax assessments, and you'll know that the property values are quite robust. I think that designating 5 Points would add to additional value to the neighborhood. We've heard a lot of discussion here. I property values are not absolute. I kind of am a libertarian in many regards, but I also appreciate community. And, we don't live in a state of nature. Our property values, our property rights are relative to those of others. It's a social construct, it's a creation, and we're all protected by that. So I ask you to give due consideration to the moratorium and to the historic district. Thank you.
Thank you, Blair.
Hey, I'm Jennifer Fitzgerald. I live at 535 Milledge Circle, and I'm just reading a letter from Jason Hodge, who is at 590 Milledge Circle. He couldn't be here tonight. This is concerning. It is evident that either, one, the proponents of the moratorium do not fully understand the ramifications proposed, or two, they are attempting to push this aggressive language through without fully disclosing the ramifications as they recruit support from the community. On page 2 of tonight's agenda, per section 3I, it appears indisputable that the language in the proposed moratorium is more restrictive than the current historic guidelines in all other parts of Athens. I'm amazed that this is even being considered. I'm attempting to reschedule a work conflict so I could attend tonight's meeting. If I'm unsuccessful, please let the record show that I'm completely opposed to the suggested moratorium and subsequent movement towards any historic designation.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Brent Kinman. I live at 225 Westview Drive. It's approximately 500 yards from 398 Milledge Circle, and I've called Athens home for over 30 years. I want to register my opposition to the moratorium. I'd just like you to consider this, the timing of all of this. Just humbly ask you, why isn't Milledge Circle an historical district today? I would humbly submit to you it's because the majority of the residents on that street don't want it. It's been considered before. I'm all for the residents going through that process again, but to put a moratorium in place that affects the property rights of owners and disrupts what they're trying to do over something that's been considered for years and years just seems a little bit arbitrary, hasty, and reactive. So for the record, I'm for property owners' rights. I'm for your process. If you want to vote and have the residents declare it a historical district, please do so. But don't disrupt the people that are trying to get things done today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cannon.
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Spence Johnson. I'm a lawyer here in town, and I'm proud to represent residents of Milledge Circle that are going to be affected by this action that you're proposing here tonight. Most of them have spoken here at this podium. Given the speed with which you all are moving on this issue, one would think that a loophole in our zoning ordinances was about to create a proliferation of waste dumps on Milledge Circle. Make no mistake about it, the action that you are considering here tonight is drastic. I live at 253 Westview Drive, just up the hill from the proposed district, and drive through it several times a week. I would imagine you all have as well. And I'd ask you, do you see a neighborhood where issues of public health or safety demand immediate and drastic governmental action? Do you see a crisis on Milledge Circle when you ride down it? I don't, and I don't think any reasonable person could. This action begs many questions, but I guess a couple of them are as follows. What has changed on Milledge Circle that makes it anything different than the last 50 years when that has become one of the most beautiful neighborhoods you'll see anywhere? What new is happening that demands immediate action of the kind that you're proposing here tonight? And these issues are getting terribly conflated. It is one thing to debate whether or not we need a historical district on Milledge Circle. It is something entirely different to say that while that issue is being considered, that every person that owns property in that district can do nothing with it in terms of demolition or construction. Those are two very different things. And the second question this begs is, why the hurry? Why this fire drill? Why did these citizens learn about this for the first time last Thursday? And here we stand on Tuesday night. Even the people that are signing petitions in favor of this don't even know what this thing says. But yet here we are to have a vote on 3 days' notice. Why the fire drill? What new is happening that demands all of this immediate and rapid action? I think everybody in this room could probably agree on one thing, and that is that when it comes to governmental action and all of our property, the constitutions that every single one of us live under matter. That's the Georgia Constitution and the federal Constitution. And they provide us with some protections. I hope you all would read it before you take this kind of action, because that language matters very much. They provide us with protections against arbitrary and unreasonable interference with our rights as property owners. They protect us against takings of our property. And let me tell you what you'll see if you look into this, and I'm sure Mr. Berryman would tell you the same thing if you ask him. Taking does not only include condemnations. It does not only include when you exercise your authority to take property for public use. It also applies to restrictions on use that diminish the value of people's properties. So I would ask you, the county haven't given Travis Elrod and his wife, Monica, the ability to tear down their house. What exigent circumstances demand that the county now tell him he cannot have a building permit to construct on that lot? This commission owes the citizens of this county more than to allow infighting and a few aesthetic concerns dictate what an entire neighborhood of people can do with their property. And so I would urge you all to vote no. And if you can't reach that conclusion, then you're going to really tie my clients' hands as to what they have to do here to protect themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
I'm Russell Edwards from 400 Duncan Springs. Nothing like a good threat of a lawsuit to get everybody feeling great. What new is happening in Milledge Circle? Well, 3 teardowns in a year. People are just finding out about this. Well, Rachel and Claudio and Rebecca McCarthy and Betty Alice Fowler knocked on everyone's door. So I don't think that's true either. Well, this historic districts might violate the U.S. Constitution. Man, this thing really is snowballing. We're about to demo the whole town. I'd like to salute Claudio and Rachel for being considerate and respectful this entire process. In lieu of all the slings and arrows that you might feel. I've been there. I've felt the slings and the arrows, but this too shall pass, and I think you'll find that no matter what happens tonight, if the moratorium does not pass, more homes will be demolished, and people will come up to you and say, Claudio, you were right. And if it does pass and the community is protected, people will be happy, and they will say, Claudio, you were right. You know, Claudio didn't draft the moratorium. He just went around and collected signatures and talked to people about what a moratorium would look like. I think there's a good chance that we'll see a CDO behind the rail today that addresses some of the concerns that go to the heart of what Claudio sought to do along with his wife, Rachel, trying to stop whole house demolitions in this district. Claudio, I don't have a letter here to read from somebody else making fun of your house, but keep doing what you're doing. Don't be discouraged by this process. Keep going, because that's what democracy requires. Conscientious citizens like you and everybody else in this room to keep the conversation alive so that we can all make an informed decision together. I salute the Mayor and Commission for taking up this matter, for calling a special session, so that we can have, if nothing else, some degree of closure on this issue, and then get back to working together on other things that we can agree on. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay. We will now go to our public input on the. Actually, I think have we heard from both districts, both Milledge and Castalia? Because yes, ma'am. If you're here for one of them, because I want to make sure before we go forward we've heard.
Point of order.
Yes.
We're having a special call session for the Milledge Circle.
And Castalia.
And Castalia.
So that's what
together.
we're talking about here?
Yeah, just those two, yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Not West Hancock.
Oh, okay. Milledge and Castalia. Anybody else? Okay, we'll come behind the rail now and give it to the commissioners who wants to speak to this.
I was part of starting this, so I guess I'll get started with the talking. And I do want to clarify the outreach that has come because of the moratorium details have different terminology than the petition that came forward and the speakers that we had at our last meeting. It was very clear to me today that some of the terminology about what the moratorium covers and what it does not needs to be clarified so that it accurately represents the neighborhood's intentions for having a moratorium on demolitions. And so that's going to be clarified. I think Commissioner Hamby has a commission-defined option that he will speak to for those details. But I did want to say that I am one of the persons, this is my neighborhood. I am feet on the street in this area. It's near and dear to me. The fabric is indeed a quilt of what's going on. And I do want people to know when they walk down that street that it feels like it does, where you are looking at people's eyes and faces on their porches and their front yards. And those things can change dramatically when there isn't the thoughtful process that we're asking time for. People spoke of a deviation of methodology. When the 90-day hold was lifted, the methodology, it was a deviation from the methodology and the process that was underway, and we are trying to make sure that the process is able to be considered as it was being worked on. I do regret that there is divisiveness that appears to be coming about from this, and I would like to help that be mended, but the urgency is imminent. So that terminology that was presented is what has brought me forward in wanting to help with a moratorium on the demolitions, not a moratorium on new construction. So I do apologize that that terminology change didn't match what the petitioners had wanted, and they, as Claudio spoke at the beginning, wants to make sure that the majority petition that wanted a moratorium on the demolitions, that this moratorium matches that. I was in Buckhead area, my mother-in-law's this for Mother's Day, and Lookout Place is a great street. I've been walking it as well for over 30 years. And I walked it this last time I was there in Garden Hills area, and I stood there and I didn't even recognize the street because of all the tear downs and the infill that has come into that has totally changed that fabric and the quilt of that neighborhood. And it really did hit home for me that it is a team effort and that what one person does in their house can be detrimental to the fabric of a community. So with that, I just wanted to explain some of my parts with this, and there you go.
Okay, but before we go any further, I need to ask a point of order of our attorney. Because it was my understanding when we have a special call meeting and it's published, that's all that can be voted on. There cannot be a CDO. Is that correct?
Well, the call of the meeting did not include the resolution at the time. So it's just to discuss the call of the meeting. Actually, I gave it to Ms. Spratlin. It's just to discuss, I think, creation of a historic district or something like that. Consideration of it. So there can be a CDO since there wasn't a specific resolution that was included in that notice of call.
Okay. Ms. Tammy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the chance to talk tonight, and appreciate the people who have come out tonight to let us know how they feel. There's a lot of passion on both sides of this issue. I was thinking to myself when Rita Kennedy got up to speak, how we're so used to having so many people like this come talk about animal issues. But it's good that there's others that have different passions, and passions that are good and genuine. And I do want to make some point of clarification for a lot of things. For one, there's people on both sides of this issue that are good people that have done a lot of good for Athens, and I respect that, and I know everybody behind the rail does as well. And the point of what we're discussing tonight is not a historic designation. That will come later. But what we are discussing is whether or not we should allow for that question to be asked. And in order for us to do that, we need some more time to answer that question. So the moratorium, I heard a lot of people asking, what do the majority of the people along the street feel? Well, a study will allow us to determine that question, how the whole street and just the areas that would be defined feel about it. There won't be people from other streets weighing in on it in that regard. So that's the point of the moratorium, is to let us answer finally that question about that. So I do want to make some points about the moratorium language. Let me pull this up here. I'll refer to you to page 2 of the moratorium, number 3. And I'll say this about this.
We have two resolutions. Tell us which one you're reading from.
I'm reading
one
from
Castalia and one from Milledge.
Resolution establishing a temporary moratorium on page 2 of the
Regarding Milledge Circle.
Milledge Circle. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Milledge Circle. So what this does is, and I'll say this, you know, we've been through this process several times with Milledge Avenue, Rutherford, and have had moratoriums associated with those. And I will argue that this moratorium, unlike those, does allow for a lot of activities that those did not allow for, especially on Rutherford, as a most recent example. For example, this moratorium does not apply to building permits for interior renovations. It, let's see here, I lost it.
You're on 3, yeah.
Demolition review approvals or demolition permits for accessory structures. Demolition review approvals, demolition permits, or building permits for alteration, repair, or construction with respect to building elevations other than the front or side building elevations and roof lines associated with the front or side building elevations. So anything you do out the back of your house, if you want to build a porch, is fine. If you want to fix your garage, that's fine. And the importance of just looking at the front and the sides and from the street, those are the most important aspects of when you're in a historic district. Those are what should be looked at, and if it's allowed, if those are impacted during a moratorium, then that impacts the designation and, if possible, designation. So that's the reason that you have those there. So with that said, you know, there are 2 items that Commissioner Wright and I discussed today that we've heard about and that we would like to offer for consideration to address some of the concerns that we heard here today. If you have a vacant line, then certainly we want to strike out new construction from number 2, so that you can, if you have a vacant line, you can have that new construction permit. And for number 3, this moratorium does not apply to add, this moratorium does not apply, and we're going to add in, we'd like to add in new permits for accessory buildings and new single-family construction. Did I get that right, Commissioner Wright?
I think so.
Okay. So we'd like to add.
That one on Mike?
That was on number 3.
On number 3.
On page 2.
Yeah, and you're adding what?
So what we're trying to do, if there's a single lot, an empty lot over there, and you want to build something on it, this will be allowed. If you have already received a permit for a demolition permit over there, you're allowed to move forward with that. And so that gets at the question of the property at 398. That will not be impacted by this. So I'm going to be quiet and listen to some other thoughts, and we'll go from there.
Oh, I'm sorry, Alice. I'm Melissa.
I support a moratorium, and I support those changes. I think that there should be some significant allowance for people to improve their properties throughout the moratorium period, and new construction. You know, as we heard from a realtor, there are lots that are currently under contract or in negotiation. You know, and that also speaks to the sense of urgency for this matter, because things are moving fast in 5 Points. They've been moving fast in 5 Points for a long time. And we have seen demolitions right and left and significant alterations. So there's definitely a need for further study and hopefully historic designation, so these folks can start to get a handle on it. There's a lot of money getting thrown around in 5 Points, and people can do whatever they want and have very significant impacts on their neighbors' homes. And that's important to consider. When you buy a piece of property, especially in a National Register Historic District, there's a certain public responsibility to acquiring that property and living in that neighborhood, regardless of its local designation. By living in a National Register neighborhood or owning that property, there is an indication that it is a special place and that your neighbors and the community at large care about that place. And local designation and these kind of protections are just the next logical step. So I'm glad that Mike proposed those changes. And, folks can move forward with their, planned renovations and new construction. And you just hit the pause button on the total demolition so the neighborhood can have the kind of conversations it needs to have and decide exactly what it wants to do to protect its neighborhood.
Mike. I'm sorry, before Mike speaks, anybody else wish to?
I'm going to speak, but it sounded like Mike wanted to respond, so I'm fine to yield to Mike.
I just wanted to add a few things to just make sure we're all real clear on the process as I see it, and the process that we did follow for Rutherford as far as the moratorium goes. Now, if a moratorium is voted on tonight, what then happens is what happened with Rutherford. It went back to HPC to look at the boundary areas and determine whether or not it actually warrants a study to be looked at. So when HPC looks at it, it'll then come back to us, and at that point in time, we'll have to determine whether or not there's funding to do the study, and that question will have to be answered and voted on by this board. So there's that, and if say for instance that moves forward, then there's a third step. If it doesn't move forward, I don't know what will happen. Probably, but anyway, if it does move forward. And the study is completed, then there's several opportunities during that process for public input. The study does solicit people that own property in that area that's been suggested to study. So, and it's only the property owners. And if you own 2 pieces of property, that's 2 votes. So that's the way that works. And then it comes back to us. You have all sorts of public input during that, then it comes back to us for a final vote on that. And during our time, you have an agenda setting and a regular voting session. So I just want to make clear that there's lots of public input and lots of solicitation for public input along the way for this process.
Mr. Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know a few speakers spoke about seeking some balance in this process, and it's always a challenge when you look at property modification questions and pursuit of study and eventual historic district. One man's trash is another man's treasure. And, there's the adage about, pornography when you see it, and some people would sometimes apply that to historic structures or lack thereof. I appreciate very much the work that's been done, and I think the modifications proposed in the language improve that process. I think just on a plain spoken perspective, what people don't want is that front facade total demo, where what was a grand 80-year-old structure suddenly goes away altogether. I think the language just now proposed for new construction is an asset to this proposal. Allowing auxiliary buildings as you would, I think, is an asset to that. I have a small detail question about the rear addition, because some of the language retained in here says that what this does not apply to are building elevations other than the front or side building elevations. So this might be a question for the attorney as well, but certainly weigh in, Mike or Allison, since you brought this to us. If someone should retain the existing side elevation but create a rear addition, so obviously you have then a longer house, would that be permitted under the language here?
And Bill could correct me on this, but in our conversation yesterday, what we're looking at are the existing sides and fronts.
is that right, Bill? Simply retention of the existing side is what's required here, and an extension of that would be permitted during this moratorium period?
Yeah, as long as the existing elevations are retained, they're not changed in any way. I do have a question about roof lines, and we might want to get Mr. Griffin to respond to that. He's here.
Mr. Griffin available?
And I'm not sure I got all the language changes.
You may, I'm sorry, I'll read them back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bill, I think I've got the current one. If that helps. Jean, would you hand that to Bill? Oh, here. I think Jean put the latest one in my book. Yeah.
That doesn't have the changes on it.
I know you were having a good time sitting back there.
Yeah.
Sorry to
stretch my legs.
Sorry to bring you out to the public sphere. So, I mean, done some carpentry work and some renovations myself, and I know that sometimes when you do something like a rear addition, that also entails a roof structural change. So if you have a hip roof in the rear and then you add 30 feet out the back of the house, that hip roof is going to be different than it was pre-renovation. So I guess I'm asking you to address this language that the moratorium does not apply to, and I'm going to omit some language, but activities including alteration, repair, construction with respect to building elevations other than the front or side building elevations and roof lines. So again, kind of back to my case study, should somebody build an addition out the rear, they retain the existing side, they haven't demoed that, but of course they've added 30 feet of sidewall, and then they're going to have to add some roof line above that, unless they just kind of want an open cavern for the rain to come in. What would we do with this language in that event?
It's a good question. And I mean, there are a lot of options based on whichever roof line you're starting with, architecturally, of course. But the intent of that language is that if you were to simply do an addition straight off the rear, I mean, if you would then pick up the associated roof line to those two sides and simply extend them back, where now if you've got a gable or a hip, you know, it's turning, I would not interpret that as altering the side elevation or the associated roof line that is in place. You're extending it back. Now, if the addition to the rear was a two-story addition to the back of a one-story front, and you start getting in to have to architecturally alter those existing side roof angles that are in place currently, I think that's a different issue. And obviously, we would have to look at each one of those individually. But the intent was to allow an extension straight back, as long as you're not altering sides or rears, primarily because those are the elevations from facade and roof pitches that are generally most prominent from the street.
Okay, I think that's helpful, Brad. And I don't think I have any other questions right now, but I mean, certainly what I want to ensure is that, you know, these modest additions are allowed during this period of moratorium. And if Brad's comfortable with that language, you know, and Bill similarly comfortable, I'm fine with it. But again, you know, I appreciate you carving out those exemptions, because I think that's important to folks who do have renovations in process.
Anybody else have any questions? Mr. D. Smith.
So this moratorium is a maximum of 1 year, the way it's written. As I understand it, it would be withdrawn when the results of the historic designation are complete. Blaine, do you have any estimate about what that, based on history, can? I'm asking you to step on a limb here, and you don't have to. About how long that might really take?
Well, obviously, the more properties you have, the longer it will take. But that is the purpose of a 12-month moratorium, that you emerge from that with some specific recommendations. I mean, you know, you can pay more for acceleration. I mean, it's possible, if that's the question.
And how do you pay more for acceleration?
Well, I'm sure a consultant, you know, would charge you whatever the going rate for that is, and if it doesn't meet your timeline, you would have to negotiate for a quicker timeline, which would mean more fee.
Okay, thank you.
Simplistically.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I want to make sure that, did you have your raise?
I don't want to go ahead of somebody who hasn't spoken yet.
No,
I have spoken.
Oh, okay. Sharon, and then we'll come back to you, Allison.
Thank you, Mayor. So, we've been here before when we try to craft language on the floor, and I really don't like this. It makes me really uncomfortable. I really appreciate all the work that's been done by the citizens and by our two commissioners, because it has been a lot of work. I know it's been going on for a while. But I have to say, my gut tells me, I'm concerned that somebody signed a piece of paper thinking one thing, and now we're starting to do something different. And in the business I deal with in consulting, you sign your name, that's what you're signing for that. And I'm concerned that we're not affording these people due process. So I guess I would support the original petition that was received for total demo moratorium, which is what I understood, on Milledge Circle and Castalia, and move forward with evaluating this study for the historic district from this point forward, meaning that would not affect anybody that already has a demo permit. Or I would support tabling this until a later date, because it just seems reasonable that people should know what they're signing up for, and we shouldn't be sitting here doing this right now. It really makes me uncomfortable. I mean, we've got a lot of good thought in this. I don't want to mess this up for everybody. So that's my thought.
Before you speak, I wanted to say something, and I'm sorry Brad left because I was trying to be respectful of y'all before I ask anything. But I always have a problem with crafting language on the floor. And I was going to ask a question, because if you can go back, and we were talking about roof lines, if you're on a sloped lot, you could theoretically build a two-story addition as big or bigger than the one that's there without changing the side or roof lines. So that's the problem with trying to craft language on the floor. Yes, ma'am.
Well, the language that we were putting into this moratorium was to specifically match the petition. And that's where the petition workers, so to speak, that crafted, I've only seen one petition that came forward, and that came forward in our last meeting. And that was for the moratorium on the demolitions. And so that's where, when the moratorium paperwork came out to be in the packet on Friday, the inclusion of the moratorium on the new construction was noted specifically by the petitioners, and they reached out for us to please change that so that the new construction in the subject area is under the moratorium, does not apply to new construction. So that's me. So I'm just saying that's what's getting it to match. And I also wanted to say that I wanted to make sure that the Castalia Avenue is referred to separately, especially when we get to the voting, because they have the process that they have been in has been since last April, and they have already gone through numerous steps for this. So I just wanted to make sure that little street didn't get confused, and that we do, if we have any specific questions about that one. The point I wanted to make about that is I think the most ideal way that I think as a community we want to look at historic districts is because it's not attached to any emotional demolition permit or any of that kind of stuff. It has come forward in the pace, the neighborly pace, and the talking about it in the way that we want to avoid the division and the divisiveness that can come out of what appears to be some of the other strategies on
I was not criticizing your language. I was just cautioning unintended consequences.
Understood.
And of course, I think everybody in the room probably knows what my feelings are about moratoriums. So.
Mayor, I'd like to say something if I could. And just to address some of the concerns Commissioner Dickerson brought up, and I think Commissioner Wright addressed some of those, but I will say the only two things that we're looking at are two things that we've heard concerns about from both sides. And we're trying to address that, and it's a simple thing that I think most people are in favor of, as far as allowing striking out the new construction from being prohibited. So that's, takes care of that aspect of it. But also, making sure that the moratorium does not apply to building some new accessory buildings or some new single-family construction. And those were some of the things that we've heard, and we just are trying to work to get them in here. So I think we're working in the right direction. That most everybody that got up and spoke tonight mentioned these aspects that are, I think, add to the moratorium and don't, I think they're pretty simple concepts to realize. So I'm going to make a motion that we approve the resolution with the language that strikes out underneath number 2, Bill, the words new construction. Pull this back up. And number 3, add this moratorium also does not apply to new permits for accessory buildings and new single-family construction. So that's the motion.
Do you have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. And please don't call for the vote before everybody has an opportunity.
Yeah.
Mr. Sims.
I'm not.
Yes, ma'am. Moratoriums are ugly, as we can see how ugly this one is. But, sitting and listening to what we've heard tonight and the possibility of the petition that we have, there may be some people that, again, said we thought one way, moved another. Now, we are, like I said, I don't like to rush to judgment, and I sure don't like wordsmithing when we do this. I've done this longer than anybody sitting behind here, and it always seems to get us in trouble. And it looks as though we're going to have a very, very short meeting in June that if it's a possibility of these people getting together for 2 weeks, I mean, I think we can trust the citizens that live in that area not to rush down to our planning department and request great demolition permits all over, for 2 weeks. That we might have another bite at this apple to really to find out about the petition and find out about the people who thought that they had an issue with the petition after they've heard some other things, and get clarity on all of that kind of thing, and then make a decision. Again, we had some new stuff that we're adding tonight they had never heard before. I think that it's only fair to them because they're the ones that are going to be directly affected by this, and in 2 weeks is not going to make or break this, and we can have a short meeting. My only caveat would be we don't need to hear from everybody down here when they come again. But but they have that right. So, but that would be something that, as Ms. Dickerson said, I really favor tabling this to give them at least 2 weeks to hash through everything, get it resolved. They might even become neighbors again, because right now everybody's kind of at each other's throat about, well, I like historic, I don't like historic. Everybody got a varied opinion about that.
Madam Mayor.
Again, Andy hasn't spoken yet, and then I'll come back to you, Mike.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Unless I'm misreading this, and please, if I am misreading this, somebody correct me, but this is not, we're not voting tonight on creating a historic district. What we are voting on tonight is basically, assuming this passes, is basically stopping the complete teardowns of buildings, which gives enough time for the people that live in that neighborhood to decide on their own whether or not they want to be a historic district. So that to me does not seem to be unreasonable. It still allows new construction. It still allows people to do interior renovations. It still allows people to build a sunroom or whatever it is on the back of their piece of property. Really what this is doing is calling a timeout on complete demolitions. And that then gives people, as part of a democratic process, the time, the breathing space to decide whether or not they actually want to move forward with being a historic district. So that's my understanding of what's going on. I do have a question, though. So we have, as I read it here, 2 resolutions establishing a temporary moratorium, one for proposed Milledge Circle Historic District and one for
Castalia.
Castalia. So we're going to do that as 2 separate votes.
We have 2 separate votes, yes, sir.
But the language is going to be the same for both. Is that my understanding? That is my understanding, but is that a correct understanding?
No, the
Yes.
Castalia
The language
Avenue
for the moratorium will be the same.
would be what, changed the same way?
Yes.
I'll tell you what, let's deal with them one at a time. Once we get through with Milledge, when we get to Castalia, you can say, I move to do something with the same changes. And I think that makes it really clear.
I do have one other point, if you don't mind me making. I think
Jerry's spoken to, so go ahead.
And it's and just concerned about the timing of all this and whether or not to wait. I'll point to you an email that came through shortly before this meeting that is another demolition very near here. So I just wanted to point that out. A demolition up for review.
And that's normal. We see this. That's one of the reasons we rushed to do the downtown moratorium with very little public notice. It was for that very reason. We also have today a demolition request for East Street. So I think it demonstrates that what people do, and it's logical, is when they see a moratorium come in, they rush to get their demolition permits done. And I think we would probably see that in this area. I think the risks are great enough that we need to go ahead.
Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
I guess I just want some clarity. I said a few minutes ago that what it seems like we should be voting on is a moratorium on total demolition, but we still got all this other language. It seems like to me it's pretty clear. Total demolition means you're wiping the slate clean. All this other stuff we're adding, we're sort of setting up different restrictions. It just confuses me a lot. So I'm just trying to understand, because I'm okay with total demolition. That makes sense, but I'm not sure I like all this other language because it seems like then we're placing all these, qualifications on what is a demo, isn't a demo. I mean, and so I guess I just want some clarification on it so I know how to vote.
If you don't mind, I know I've said a lot tonight, but I would like to help clarify that if I could. The point of the moratorium is to determine whether or not, for one, we've got to determine about the study. But then if we move forward with the study, then that study is going to look and see what in the area would be contributing to a local historic district. And if you're allowing for a revamping of or something of the facade or the front and the sides and the roof lines, which are the most important aspects of what you look at from the street in determining how it fits into the historic, how it would fit into a historic district or not fit into a historic district. If you're looking at that part of it, then that's why it's in the moratorium, because that's the purpose of the moratorium is to answer the question: do we want to move forward with a study that will help us determine whether or not we'll designate this as a historic district? So does that help? Jerry, you may help decipher what I said.
I think that what it is doing is, in terms of construction, it's allowing construction on vacant lots, and it is allowing construction as long as it doesn't affect the historic facade. That's why it's being allowed to go behind. So this is also to keep there from being damage to the historic character of the neighborhood during the moratorium. So it's as loose as it can while protecting the historic character of the homes.
Okay. Before we vote, I'm going to say one more thing, because I don't want there to be any misunderstanding, and I don't know I think I know how the vote's going to go, but I think moratoriums are a bad way to do business in government. I think we're taking property rights away from one set of citizens to give another set of citizens time to decide if they want to dictate how those people can use their property in the future by some board. And I have a real problem with non-conforming properties that have to deal with any issues that come with the historic district but get no benefits. They get no tax value on it. And it's the reason that this process had to happen, where commissioners asked for this moratorium because it was not something that I would put on the agenda, and that will be my position going forward, because, with the exception of some very unusual circumstances. But I do want to point out that when we did the 90-day moratorium process, 90 days is long enough for a community, because anybody that wants to be historic should have been looking at it before somebody puts up asks for a demolition permit. But 90 days gives long enough for the community to look at the process, say, do we want to move forward, to go through the planning commission, decide whether the money's going to be spent on it to do that study, and even the potential of having a house moved if someone actually wants to tear down a house and put something different up. And that protects property rights of everybody. But one other thing I want to say that maybe some of you all who are passionate about historic properties have not thought of, because I believe, and maybe I shouldn't be getting so personal, but that the person that sold the property on Milledge Circle, that's at 398 Milledge Circle, is now opposed to there being a tear down, or would like for it to be historic and there be a demolition moratorium on the property. Anyone who owns property could, in a deed, when they sell it, protect that property in perpetuity. And so, if you have a historic property and you want to make sure your property stays historic, you can put a deed restriction in your deed, and that deed restriction goes forward with that property. So, having said that,
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a substitute motion. We table this to the first meeting in June.
Second.
is there any problem with that, Bill? No. Okay. Have a motion second. Any?
Roll call.
Roll call, please, Gene.
Sims?
Yes.
Gertz?
No.
Link?
No.
Wright?
No.
Bailey?
No.
Neesmith?
No.
Hamby?
No.
Bale?
Yes.
Harrod?
No.
Dickerson?
Yes.
3 yes, 7 no.
Okay, so substitute failed. We're back to the original motion, which is for the moratorium with the restrictions that Mr. Hamby suggested.
Milledge Circle.
Milledge Circle only. Are y'all ready for a vote? Roll call, Ms. Spratlin.
Hamby?
Yes.
Bale?
No.
Harrod?
Yes.
Dickerson?
No.
Sims?
No.
Gertz?
Yes.
Link?
Yes.
Wright?
Yes.
Bailey?
Yes.
Neesmith?
Yes.
7 yes, 3 no.
Okay, the motion carries. And now we're on to Castalia. And would someone like to make a motion to get it started?
Will you make the motion since you've got the paperwork?
I'll go ahead and make the motion. It's going to be the same as the last one.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Mike, did you?
Yes. Hang on, let me
He's
pull back up.
formulating that.
Oh, I thought he said he was making the motion with the same changes as the Milledge Circle. Because I believe they were identical, Mike. Weren't they identical?
They are, yes, ma'am. I just want to make sure
Yes.
that.
So you would make the same changes?
Yes, sir.
This one that we did in
Yes, sir.
Is that a motion?
I'll make a motion to that effect.
And do we have a second?
I'll second.
Have a motion second. Roll call, Ms. Spratt.
Hamby?
Yes.
Bale? No. Harrod?
Yes.
Dickerson?
Yes.
Sims?
Yes.
Gertz?
Yes.
Link?
Yes.
Wright?
Yes.
Bailey?
Yes.
Neesmith?
Yes.
9 yes, 1
Okay,
no.
motion carries. Okay, we're now to our, do we have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
I move for adjournment and that we take a 15-minute break.
Okay, we have adjournment and a 15-minute break. All in favor of adjourn?
It can be 10 minutes, you know.
Oh, I mean, we have to adjourn, the motion is for adjournment, yes. Well, 10 minutes, and we're going to start in 10 minutes whether y'all are back or not.
I steal your
Wordsmithing is something that we're dealing with.
Order, please. We're going to start the meeting back because we've had some folks sitting here a long time that want to be heard tonight. So we're now going to our last special call meeting of the night. Would you call the roll for us, Ms. Bradley?
Here. Sam.
Here.
Blink. Here. Wright. Present. Bailey. Present. Neesmith. Present. Bell. Here. Herod.
Yep.
Sorry,
yes, President, whatever.
Hamby.
Here.
We see you. Okay, we have a quorum, so we can go back to our meeting. Mr. Berryman.
Yes. I would like to enter into the record the notice of special call meeting for this purpose signed by 5 commissioners, the waiver of formal notice of special call meeting signed by 9 commissioners, and the certificate of delivery of notice for the remaining commissioner, and put that in the record.
Thank you. Okay. We're now behind the rate. Oh, I'm sorry, we have to have public comment from anyone who wants to speak to the issue relating to Hancock corridor. We're ready whenever you are.
That'd be fine. Right,
And I'll remind you all to pay attention to the time, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission, management, staff. Alvin Sheets, address Post Office Box 5142, and I won't be long. The elephant in the room, friends, is property taxes. It ain't historic designation. It's property taxes. Yes, property taxes. Now, what I've handed these gentlemen here is a document where my staff has already done the heavy lifting. Because if this moratorium should pass and the money is put there for the investigative research, what have you, I'm hoping that you'll research the possibility of putting a tax freeze in place for senior citizens. That will help take some of the pressure off of these communities. That's the real elephant in the room, but nobody's going to come here and talk about property taxes too fast because they don't want to talk about their finances and the strain they might be in. But I'm going to lay it on the line for you. Property taxes is the issue, folks. Historic designation is a wonderful thing for individual property. Now, I personally am not for a historic designation on a blanket-wide measure. But an individual structure, such as the Burner House, I think it should be moved to a better location. Because history tells me you can't buck the kind of money that's being spent from the varsity owners. But you can get that property moved if the community thinks it's historically significant enough, as the Cobb House was, to be placed in another location. All right? Now, if the moratorium does what it's supposed to do and allow this research to take place, you can also find out whether or not there's equitable, affordable, fair housing for people with disabilities. Because there's not enough housing for people with disabilities. If your moratorium passes, that money should be available for the study. Again, the real deal, folks, is property taxes. Property taxes. If you put this tax freeze in place, you'll take some of the pressure off our senior citizens 65 and over. Now, yes, some of the younger folks are going to have to deal with it, such as life. I'm one of the younger people. But think about that thing. With that being said, remember, Ecclesiastes 3rd chapter, 1st to 8th verse. To everything there's a season. Peace be with you.
Thank you, Mr. Sheets.
Good evening. My name is Adam Hibbard. I live over at 260 Providence Road. I'm here tonight speaking in my capacity as the president of the Board of Trustees of the Athens-Clarke Heritage Foundation. I'm here to encourage all of you to support the moratorium proposed for the West Hancock neighborhood. I think, having had the opportunity to listen to some of the discussion about Milledge Circle, it's important to remember that we're not here today to vote on a local historic district or anything else. We're here asking for time to come up with a plan to preserve the historic character of this neighborhood. Some of y'all may remember I was here in February. I do. We talked about the West Hancock National District then. And at the time, because of some procedural requirements, moratorium was not able to be put on the agenda. But I talked about the risk that the future development of this neighborhood poses to its historic character. I said then that the time to act was then. Now it's now. The time to act is now. We've had this opportunity once before, and I hope we won't pass on it again. Since that meeting in February, there have been a number of demolition permits pulled in the West Hancock neighborhood. And now the community has come together, and I suspect you'll hear from quite a number of those folks about their support for moratorium this evening. I think the biggest individual reason for the moratorium now is to ensure the future of the Mac Burney house. This is an architecturally significant property with great historical significance because of the people who live there, the things that they did, and their contributions to our community. I think this is a prime opportunity for us to invest in education about that heritage. This is a predominantly or historically African-American neighborhood, and right now, the house museums that we have available in the county don't tell much of that story. The Burney House is in a perfect position to contribute significantly to the historic resources that we have available and to contribute to the cultural fabric of the neighborhood in which it sits. So far, I've had a number of positive responses. I've discussed this with a few people, some of whom I see out here in the crowd, and some of y'all sitting there behind the rail. There's some SPLOST money, I think, coming available next year that may be able to be used to help push this neighborhood into the direction that it needs to go. The Athens House Museum Association has indicated they're interested in supporting of using this house in that manner. The moratorium we're here to discuss today provides time for public input to implement the recommendations of the West Hancock feasibility study. It's timely in terms of the budget for next year. It's temporary, and it's limited. I ask you all to support the moratorium and support this neighborhood, and I look forward to hearing what you all have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hibbard.
Mayor Denson, Commissioners, my name is Joan Wakefield. I live at 250 Holmes Avenue here in Athens, Georgia. As a member of Ebenezer Baptist Church West in Athens, Georgia, which is located at 205 North Chase Street, as I will refer to from this point forward as EBCW, I recommend a denial for the consideration to enact a one-year demolition moratorium on all residential zone property within the West Hancock National Register History District for the following reasons. Number one, under the Code of Ordinances, provision of Section 853C1A and through D, and number two, which is the designation of historic districts and landmarks, is not applicable to EBCW Annex, which is located within the Hancock Corridor District. However, EBCW Annex is not a historic landmark due to the construction changes that occurred before EBCW purchased the property. Number two, under the Code of Ordinances, provision of Section 313.3, unsafe dwelling, building structures, or properties, on August 2014, EBCW contract with Runkle Consultant, Inc. of Lawrenceville, Georgia, a Georgia certified professional engineer firm, to complete a structural conditional assessment of EBCW Annex. Under his documented inspection, he reported foundational disrepair, unstable cinder blocks, mortar and joist degradation, rotting main support beam, termite damage, unleveling of floors, and structurally unsafe chimneys, just to name a few. The annex housed our nursery ministry, which is now located in our educational wing of EBCW, and the pastors, which is Winfrey M. Hope Administrative Office. Based on Runkle Consultant Inc. engineer report, the church voted to demolish the building. the commission consideration to enact a one-year demolition moratorium on all residential zone property within the West Hancock National Register Historic District will prohibit EBCW from moving forward with the demolition of the annex. Again, we recommend a denial to enact a one-year demolition moratorium on all residential zone property within the West Hancock National Register Historic District. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wakefield.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name's Ed Morgan. I live in Oconee County, but I'm here to speak on behalf of Reverend Hope, who's the pastor of Ebenezer Baptist Church, who couldn't be here, regarding the demolition moratorium. As chair of the deacons at Ebenezer Baptist Church, we're requesting that you deny the demolition moratorium on the Hancock corridor, and the reason for that is, as Ms. Wakefield has spoken, we have a house at 957 Reese Street that currently serves as the church's annex. We've been trying to demolish that structure since 2015 because of some structural issues. If this moratorium is passed, it will delay that. We've had to relocate the nursery as well as the pastor's study that's located in that building because it's structurally unsound, and we're requesting the church has voted, and we're requesting that the commission deny the demolition memoriam. Thank you very much for your time, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Judy Stevens. I live at 298 North Rock Springs Street. I am here to voice my concerns about the demolition memorial. I'm here to voice my concerns on the demolition moratorium in the 3rd Ward. I am also concerned the developers will destroy our neighborhood by tearing down all our historical homes and building humongous buildings such as apartments, gas stations, and other commercial buildings, and changing our neighborhood from residential to all commercial, causing our property taxes to increase to the point the people that live there cannot afford to pay their taxes. These tall buildings will require the removal of the trees in our neighborhood, possibly causing reduction of air quality there. Please approve the demolition moratorium in the 3rd Ward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. And I have to tell you, it warms my heart to hear you call it the 3rd Ward. No, but I remember the ward. No, I was 5th Ward. Yeah.
My name is Kimberly Davis. I live at 167 Peach Street. And I'm reading a letter on behalf of my mother, Linda E. Davis, of the same address, because I try to do what she asked me to do. I am in favor of a moratorium for residential properties in the West Hancock National Historic District. The essence of my position is to afford the residents of the not-so-popular places to have the same protections that are given to anyone in the historic districts, and to extend the local historic designation to match the national footprint and give homeowners the option to include their property as historic. This essentially is recognition for the established or existing neighborhoods. This was a neighborhood of prominent African Americans, a new middle class of physicians, dentists, educators, among others. Black history is Athens history, and the demolition of these historic homes without even the opportunity to try to preserve them or even find a way to move these homes to a different location would be an erasure of our history. We must do all we can when we can to preserve Athens history. And then she thanks the mayor and commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. You're a good daughter. I'll be sure and tell her.
It's recorded.
My name is Scott Reed. I reside at 420 South Milledge Avenue, and I am here to speak in very strong support of a one-year moratorium on demolition in the West Hancock Historic District. This is a neighborhood of significant history and unique character. It is rich in both architectural and cultural history, as we've just heard. Gratuitous demolition without any kind of future plan should be prohibited, especially within National Register listed neighborhoods, where the proposals would only destroy the character of several blocks. A denial of this would be a slight to the people who built this neighborhood and to the history that they have created. We've heard a lot in recent moratorium discussions about property owners' rights. I don't think it's ever anyone's right to almost single-handedly destroy the character of a neighborhood for those people who call it home. There have been some concerns about the condition of the properties that are in question, including 3 that are under review for demolition by the Gordy family and 1 that for which a demolition application has just been received, as we've heard from Ebenezer Church. And I'm a restoration architect and a historic preservationist professionally, as well as an expert in antebellum Southern architecture. There are 3 quite significant buildings in this neighborhood, one of which being the Bernie House that we've heard quite a bit about, and the other, very possibly, being the annex to the Ebenezer Baptist Church. And for those reasons, it's really important that we have this moratorium time to look deeper into the history of these buildings and their contribution to the evolution of Athens. Condition-wise, while I don't know a lot about the annex at Ebenezer Baptist Church, I do know that an engineer's report is very easy to inflate to sound much worse than it actually is. And I have strong suspicions that there's very little in this home that is not fairly easily restorable. And I can say the same for the Bernie House. I've been around the Bernie House, not inside, but it is structurally sound, it is fairly intact, and shows great evidence of not only being one of our earlier homes dating to most likely 1850, but then also having evolved in a higher style in 1890 with a great history to support that. So I encourage you all to consider the concerns of the neighborhood and consider the history that lies here that we would really like to learn more about, and vote to approve this one-year moratorium on demolition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. My name is Joel Siebentritt. I'm at 264 Nantahala Avenue.
Joel, I'm sorry, what was your last name?
Siebentritt.
Well,
People always ask.
I know you, I'm sorry.
Here with my wife, Carter Vest. And we're in support of a demolition moratorium on certain properties in the West Hancock corridor. A moratorium will allow appropriate time to consider what might be gained and what will be lost as planned development goes forward in this corridor. Our city is unique and beautiful in its historic and cultural nature. Protecting that integrity and that nature is important. The McBurney House, not unlike more well-known antebellum homes in this town, is a reflection of that rich character and particularly representative of our African American leaders and families in the development of this community. Could there be dialogue between property owners, neighbors, and other stakeholders around not just the monetary value of the property as part of a new development, but the value of that home and others intact as a National Historic Landmark? Only a moratorium can offer opportunity now for that type of process to occur. I'm sure this evening's proceedings have you all acutely aware of that it's not just about one historic home or a historic district or a neighborhood, but it's about how we as a community go about doing business, what our priorities are, not individually, but as citizens and communally in this wonderful town. My hope is that we put this expedience and profitable plans aside for a time and consider the sensitive nature of the area in question, the proposed plans, and their broader impact. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Andrews. I live at 282 King Avenue, and I'm here to ask you to approve a demolition moratorium on the West Hancock National Register District. I'm particularly concerned about the vulnerability of this corridor. This area is one of the largest, oldest, and most culturally rich African American neighborhoods in Athens. Because the property values in this neighborhood have historically been lower, this area has been prey to investors, absentee landlords, and redevelopment. That does not mean that people do not care about this neighborhood. We are not making decisions based on the interests of individuals, but rather we are making those decisions in the interest of the community. That is the basis of zoning, and that is the intent of the moratorium. I would also urge residents of the neighborhood, as well as anyone else interested, to not consider relocating those homes as being an option that is tearing up the fabric of the neighborhood and would not have the same character if it was moved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carrie Steinberg. I live at 460 North Billop Street, and I'm going to read a letter that my neighbor, Kim Cherwick, wrote because her viewpoint is about the same as mine and she's more eloquent. She and her husband owned 1203 and 1220 West Hancock Avenue. They're new parents of a 3-month-old little boy and plan to be longtime residents of the Reese-Hancock neighborhood. As such, we have a strong interest in how the Broad Street, Reese-Hancock areas change and grow. We are here to speak in favor of the moratorium on the demolition of the Bernie Mac house in particular and some of the surrounding properties. I'm in fact strongly in favor of the consideration of the Mac Bernie house as a historic landmark. We are not here to tell the Ebenezer Baptist Church what to do with their property. Our big concern is with the diverse nature and historic character of the neighborhood we bought in and plan to be our family home. We support the moratorium of these demolitions until the West Broad study can be completed, neighborhood input can be gathered, and preferably a back and forth with any developers can be had who wish to bring new growth to our historic and quiet neighborhood. I agree with my neighbor and her statement, and just recently have become involved in a group of the neighborhood residents who have been meeting to discuss this issue. And, you know, I'm discovering more and more that I live in a very active, very diverse neighborhood and community, and we just want to have a voice. We want to be asked about what we want to see in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Robert Foster, and I live at 350 Pine Forest Drive. I'm here because some of my African-American friends asked me to come and to speak on behalf of the moratorium for the 1 year on the demolition of homes in this district. Especially the Mac Bernie home is the historical monument of concern for my friends. I think there's two things to take into consideration here. There's lots more, obviously, but two that I'm concerned about. One is that given the recent events at UGA and the digging up of the graves underneath one of the buildings there, the parking lot, I think it's just an interesting time for us to even be considering tearing up other homes that are important to the historic black community here, given the fact that there seems to have been erasure of the historical memory of African Americans in this community. I think that should be of grave concern to us for a minority community among us. And the second thing that's related to that is one of the things that obviously we're all beholden to somewhere along the way is money. But you can't pay away historical memory. Once the house is gone, then the historical memory that hits us every time we see the Mac Bernie house and think about the fact that it's been here since 1850 and the people that live there, sort of moving out of slavery and these dentists and then this great teacher of this historical community, I think we've said something very strongly to our African American neighbors about whether their history matters to us. And so I want to strongly voice my opinion that we need to stand with our African American sisters and brothers who have a concern that their history not be erased. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. Thanks for sticking around. My name is Chris Sugiuchi, and I live at 267 Franklin Street. And just now this week, finishing my 20th year teaching with the Clarke County School District. As a teacher here, I want to tell a tale of two houses. Both were built for professionals who later became important historical figures. Both houses had periods of long neglect, and both were or are slated for demolition. The first house in my neighborhood is the T.R. Cobb House. It was built for a Confederate general who was actually most famous for his treatise on the law of slavery titled An Inquiry into the Law of Negro Slavery in the United States. Of African Americans, he said, their mental capacity renders them incapable of successful self-development and yet adapts them for direction of the wiser race. Yet we decided to preserve his home, and you know, it's a beautiful home. The Mack Burney House was built for James and Charlotte Mack, who were born into slavery and later became dentists. And if you know that's not an example of successful self-development, I'm not sure what is. So I would like to speak in favor of the moratorium so that we can study this matter and try to come up with a little bit better solution, because if we let it roll and demolish this house, I'm not sure how I'm going to explain to my students how we decided whose history it was important to preserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
Good evening, Amy Kazane, 526 Highland Avenue. And Adam made the formal comment for the Athens-Clarke Heritage Foundation, but I have to say I can't let the opportunity to go by to speak on behalf of this neighborhood. Of course, it has, the fabric is historic. It has historic architecture. It has wonderful cottages and you know, just a fabric and tapestry that is perhaps unique in our community right now, because it is, unlike East Athens, which has suffered a lot of changes and some very bizarre changes, this neighborhood is still pretty much intact, but it is threatened. And so architecturally it's important, but honestly, historically is where my passion really lies with this neighborhood. It is, and it's not just historically important to the African American history of our community. It is historically important to our history, all of our history in this community. And it is, the story of this neighborhood is an amazing story. And I think that it is extremely important that we pass this moratorium at this time, not just to protect the houses for which demolition reviews have been applied for, but to really look at the neighborhood and to consider how can we best make sure that this neighborhood and its story and the people who built the neighborhood and their stories, and just like Mr. Sukiuchi just talked about, you know, talking about pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. You know, that is, this neighborhood, again, it's just an incredibly, perhaps the most significant historically neighborhood in our community. And we cannot just sit back and see what happens. We can't. And I don't know where we're going to end up. I don't know exactly where we're going to end up. But I think that we need to take the time to allow the people who live there now, to allow the people who used to live there. I had the opportunity to interview a woman by the name of Ruth Payne a couple weeks ago. Actually, Kimberly Davis and I did that. And she, you know, she practically had tears in her eyes talking about where she grew up on North Phillips and the fact that she wished she still had that house. And so it's not just about the people who live there now, it's about the people who used to live there, it's about, you know, people in the community who care about that history. So please, you know, again, I ask for your help in making sure that we are able to take the time to do the right thing for this neighborhood and for our community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kasane.
Good evening, Broderick Flanagan, 215 Gresham Street. I'm here tonight to speak to in support of the moratorium for the West Hancock neighborhood. I really want to kind of speak briefly to, you know, some of the work that I do in the community, which kind of explains, you know, why I do what I do. You know, as I was commissioned to do a mural for Bernie Harris Middle School, I began to learn about Miss Annie Burney and some of her contributions to the Athens community. So I definitely want to speak to that and also echo, you know, some of the sentiments that were said earlier. I want to kind of read an excerpt from an article that was written in Flagpole, and it states, artists Broderick Flanagan and David Hale have combined forces to paint Athens' newest mural, a 600 square foot design at Bernie Harris Lyons Middle School. organized by art teacher Catherine DeCoco and social studies teacher Todd Elihu. The mural was funded by an AthFest grant. Though a cross-cultural or cross-curricular program, 300 students researched and submitted design ideas inspired by the history of Mesoamerica and African migration. While another 150 students assisted directly in the physical process, nearly 700 middle schoolers were able to watch each day as the mural unfolded across the cafeteria's wall during the 2-week process. Weaving images and patterns and stories and other historical references, the mural contemplates how these two cultures came together over time. Additionally, portraits of Annie Burney, Samuel Harris, and Charles Lyons, influential black educators in Athens prior to the Brown versus Board of Education, provide a local context for learning about the civil rights movement. I think this gives a great example or context to the importance of Annie Burney and, you know, the history and what she brought to the Athens community. So that's why I'm in support of saving her home. And we need for you to allow for this moratorium to happen so we can explore that option. I think this is a great intersection for communities as well. I was able to, through some of the work and some of the meetings I attended through this process, to meet a lot of neighbors in the neighborhood and, you know, find out what their concerns were, and also learn more about, you know, just the process of organizing and protecting neighborhoods, which is similar to some of the work I'll be doing in East Athens. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Broderick.
Hello, I'm Kim Scoba. I'm a UGA faculty member. I study affordable housing and community development. I became concerned about the Hancock neighborhood several years ago. As someone who studies neighborhoods, I have seen that it has many of the ingredients that facilitate gentrification and therefore is vulnerable. I, like others tonight, am concerned about the loss of historic homes, but I'm also concerned about, over time, the loss of a stock of affordable housing and a loss of community through displacement that follows large-scale development and is happening to neighborhoods that are walkable, urban neighborhoods that are walkable and near amenities. The Hancock neighborhood has a long-standing history. It's a community that's filled with workforce housing, a range of housing types, and it has served generations of African-American families in Athens. It is my opinion that it's reasonable to respect this history by pushing pause on demolitions and giving residents and community organizations a chance to examine issues and create solutions that reflect the needs and desires of the residents. We at UGA, myself and there are other faculty members and UGA students, have been assisting the neighborhood and community organizations and will continue to do so and will continue to help support the community by gathering data, analyzing data, and working with the community to develop a community-driven approach that meets and supports the residents of the community. So I ask that you give the Hancock neighborhood the gift of time to pursue a more community-driven process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scoba.
My name is Sarah Clark, and I live on Reese Street, across the street from the Burney House. And when I moved back to Athens 12 years ago, this might surprise some people in the room, but I didn't want to live in Five Points. I wanted a diverse community close to town. I've gotten to know my neighbors, whether they're students or original African-American neighbors. And I hate to see the neighborhood change. I would like to see it continue to be a single-family neighborhood, or at least Reese Street. And since we don't know what the Gordy family is going to do, I would like to see them, you know, not tear down those historic houses until we can see if we can in some way incorporate it into whatever the larger plan is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark.
My name is Michael Songster. I live at 14 350 West Hancock Avenue. I'm going to keep this very short. It's been a long night for people. So number one, Annie Burney's house is a bona fide landmark for Athens and should be treated that way. Number two, if this moratorium passes, my greatest concern is that the process that ensues will be not something that is done for us and with us, but is done to us. And so I would like to make sure that that does not happen. So thank you very much.
I'll try and keep this short as well. My name is Steve Williams, 310 Lakeland Drive. I moved to Athens with my wife 15 years ago, and one of the first things we did was take a tour of out of the Athens Visitors Center of Athens, and part of that tour went right down Hancock, and one of the most memorable and maybe most impactful events was the description of the Mac Burney house and the history that went with it. Another impactful thing about Athens is its neighborhoods. And we've lived in a lot of different places. Both my wife and I moved every 3 years growing up and afterwards frequently as well. One of the things that's impressed us about Athens is its neighborhoods. The neighborhoods are the glue that bind a community together. And the Hancock neighborhood is part of that glue that binds Athens together. Development is fine. Somebody might get a little rich with development, but I think Athens will be poor if we let the history and the neighborhood go away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Hello again. My name is Margaret Williams. I live at 480 Westlake Drive. Our backyard neighbors are all Milledge Circle, and I just wanted to say that this dialogue that's now currently going on, I'd like to thank all of you because this is far more in line with what my beliefs are than what has been going on earlier this evening. So thank you for that. This area is rich in African American cultural and architectural history that deserves to be protected. We have had a dark foreshadowing of the future of this neighborhood simply by looking at what the insensitive developers have done to the area east of downtown as well as the Rock Springs area. This is just a very dark foreshadowing of what is likely to happen to this wonderful neighborhood if a demolition moratorium is not enacted. So I please ask you to vote yes on a demolition moratorium and do not let developers come in and obliterate this rich heritage and architecture with an early 21st century varnish. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Hello, I'm Michael Smith. I live at 147 First Street. I'd like to echo the Five Points resident. The Five Points residents' passion was great, but they couldn't stay an hour later, many of them, to hear the same issue. So for those that stayed, thank you so much. I think that one thing that we can't forget is that even though the family doesn't know what they're going to do yet out there, they're acquiring property that's going to require, they've acquired property and want to demolish houses that's going to require a planned development to change the zoning. And so they already have an extensive amount of property that they can develop if this moratorium is passed, number one. And then number two, standing up for the Cobb family, there's a big history of black educators and white progressives starting in 1895 when there was, they canceled the alcohol tax and it bankrupted the school systems. So for the 20 years after that, there is an amazing story that the Mr. Harris and later Bernie families working together with people like the Cobb family to make sure all the children in Athens were educated and could get through those tough times. So I think a moratorium is when people learn this amazing story about this unifying story about people from different races working together and working through post-Civil War issues. I think in the long run we'll know that a moratorium in a mostly residential district is the appropriate thing to do tonight.
Thank you, Michael.
I'm Betty Alice Fowler. I live at 450 Milledge Circle. I spoke earlier, and I just wanted to say I was born here, and I didn't go into this before, but I have, I remember when Howard Scott lived where the varsity is. There was a house there, and people lived in it. That's been gone a long time, but I've been going through that Hancock neighborhood my whole life. I've seen it go down. I've seen it come back up. It's a great neighborhood, and I've never been in a town our size where, one thing I've always loved is the way we have black neighborhoods and white neighborhoods, old neighborhoods side by side that have never changed in this town, and I think that's important. And so I hope that you will vote in favor of this moratorium too, and thank you very much.
Hey, Adam Lasla, 260 North Chase Street, so right around the corner between Reese and Hancock. So as someone who lives there, I'm definitely supportive of the moratorium. And I'd like to emphasize that during this year where we're trying to figure out what we can best do here, that it really is a citizen-driven process. I think that's hugely important. And also as we move forward, talking about affordability as a primary concern. I, like so many Athenians, work in the service industry, and rent is by far the biggest expense for so many of us. So I'd like to suggest and encourage continued efforts and even greater efforts in the future from the Mayor and Commission, looking at broader county policy aimed at affordability, things like inclusionary zoning and really good infill policies, et cetera, and generally strong action so that our meager incomes as workers in town don't end up mostly in landlords' bank accounts. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julie Rutledge. I live at 1365 West Hancock Avenue, and I'll be reading a letter that my husband and I wrote. So we've lived there for 9 years, and the area has changed greatly. We both feel that development is good for our neighborhood, but as neighborhood residents, we want value and input into what that would look like into our neighborhood. We want to maintain community, a walkable and a bikeable neighborhood. I don't want to see the quality of life for residents on Reese and the surrounding areas to be diminished, but rather enhanced by the development that's planned. We want a well-thought and well-planned development to come in. I myself pass through the Reese corridor on a regular basis. We walk our dogs in the neighborhood. We ride our bikes regularly. We cut through the varsity parking lot. We would like to see that area reopened up where Franklin was blocked by the varsity and continue over to Atlanta Highway as a bike lane or a lane for people to walk through at the very least. We, like I said, we commute through the area and bikes and walks daily. And so we'd like to see that connectivity continue. Last but not least, the Mac Burney House should be restored and declared a historic property. One idea, my good friend Adam Heppard mentioned a museum, and that would honor the history of that area. The neighborhood is full of history, and the current and long-time past residents deserve this recognition. Lastly, I'm an advocate for growth for the neighborhood. I would like to see development that preserves the history of my community and development that benefits the community members. This can't be done if we demolish the historic homes that create our unique neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rutledge.
Good evening. My name is John Brown. I work for the Varsity Restaurants. I'm the vice president.
I live at 2928 Ridgewood Road. And our business address is 1000 West Broad Street. We are a family-owned business. We're proud to have been in Athens tradition for 85 years and are looking forward to many more years of serving our customers here. There has been a lot of speculation that we are moving out of Athens. There has been speculation about the plans for our property. I want to be clear in addressing both points. We are not leaving Athens, and we want to be in Athens. In recent months, we have sold property in a neighboring county and reinvested more than $2 million in our footprint in Athens. Let me be clear about this as well. We have no development plans. We have no development plans. Our intent is to remove the structures and plant grass following the same process we did last year at 829 Reese Street. The rental houses we recently purchased adjoining our location are in really bad shape, and they've been like that for a while. Given the conversation we are having tonight, we would be willing to work with anyone who wanted the houses to be moved, to work with the community, to hear what you have to say. We hear you. We've been a community member for a long time. We really have. We hear you. Again, we're committed to Athens and hope to remain here. We are part of this community, and it is a part of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Good evening. My name is Mike Morris. I reside at 598 Fortson Road. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Blasingame, Birchgard, and Ashley, and our firm represents the Gordy family. I will not threaten to sue you tonight. As you know, the Gordy family owns 3 parcels that are affected by the proposed moratorium. They are the only 3 parcels within the entire block that is encompassed by Broad, Milledge, Reese, and Chase. I sent you some pictures this afternoon. I know some of you were upset with me for sending them late to you, but I have just recently gotten involved in this. And I think it's important that everybody understands what has happened to these structures. Over the past several years, no one has maintained those structures. They are literally falling in on themselves. If you look at the pictures that I sent you, it's appalling. It is not respectful to Ms. Burney. The houses are not habitable, and they're going to continue to deteriorate. Earlier, Commissioner Sims said that moratoriums are ugly. The mayor said moratoriums are bad business. I say moratoriums are bad planning. Moratoriums are an admission that the system has failed and you need to call a timeout. Moratoriums are intended for emergency types of purposes, but this will be the 3rd moratorium this commission has granted in the past 3 months. I also hope that you consider the number of parcels you're talking about. Moratoriums cast a broad net. You're talking about 200 parcels here. When you're talking about Milledge Circle, you're talking about what, 80? You're talking about 200 parcels of land here. 200 property owners whose rights will be affected over the next year. You've had several speakers, but only a handful of them actually live in that district. I wonder how many folks even know this is going on. My main point to you tonight is the condition of these houses, that the Gordy family did not make these houses in that condition. They were in the condition when it was purchased. And those houses presently pose a health and safety hazard. I understand that some of you are frustrated with some of the communications. I hope that my involvement can assist you with that. And my request tonight would be for you to take a step back and table this thing. It is of no consequence to you as a commission. Nothing's going to happen on any demolition applications over the next 90 days. We still got 85 days left on the 90-day hold.
Oh, I'm sorry.
May I have a point of privilege, Madam Mayor?
I'm sorry, Mike. I feel like I've got to keep the rules for everybody.
I hope I showed more.
I got enthralled in the conversation, didn't look at the clock.
Hi, my name is Jess Cross. I live at 232 Glen Haven Avenue. Wasn't planning on speaking, so I'm a little nervous. I just wanted to reiterate the point about affordability that was spoken earlier. That is a major concern to me. I rent. I live with my family. I have 2 little kids. And I also have an MSW where I studied community organizing around gentrification and its ill effects and policies that keep gentrification from happening. And this is a crucial moment right now, I see in our neighborhood. I also wanted to, I have to disagree with the speaker before me about moratoriums. I think that they, and all the people who are out here today, shows something about our democracy when this many people come out from our community and voice their opinions and then are heard. So thank you for hearing us all tonight.
Thank you, Jess.
Howdy, my name's Andy Rusk. I live at 1185 West Hancock, and I've been there for 4 years. Bought it with my wife, and it too had been vacant for quite some time. And I know a lot of people walked through it and saw probably what they thought was a house that was beyond repair. It's the Cobb House, not the TRR Cobb House, but the Crawford and Mamie Cobb House. And Crawford built that house with his brother in the 40s. He was a tailor, an African-American tailor, and he was the tailor in town. If you could afford him, you went to Mr. Cobb for a suit. And that house is not listed as historically significant on any of the maps I've seen, but it's been my privilege and my pleasure to restore it. We lived for 3 years without a kitchen and 2 years without air conditioning, and it's been quite a challenge, but it's definitely doable. Anyways, I'm a block away from these houses that are about to be torn down, and we can assume, maybe it's unfair, but we know what's coming. It's going to be student apartments, or it's going to be a strip mall, shopping center, and we already have a pretty substantial traffic problem in that neighborhood. We have a lot of wrecks on West Hancock. People use it as a cut-through to avoid traffic on Broad and traffic on Prince. And if we tear down a couple of homes and expand on that that parcel there, that commercial development with something that's going to increase traffic in the area, then that's drastically going to alter the character of that neighborhood, which is one of the last affordable, in-town, walkable neighborhoods. And okay, so the varsity's been here for 85 years or whatever. I mean, my family's been here since 1796. I don't really know what that has to do with anything. But, I live there. I don't work there. I don't run a business there. I don't go to church there 1 or 2 days a week. When I leave here tonight, I'm walking home to my neighborhood. So there are plenty of people in this room that live in that neighborhood that have been involved with the conversation for the last little while about what to do to preserve the nature of that neighborhood. And I just got to say that, if you don't live there and you buy up these properties and you're going to tear them down to put forward a commercial venture for monetary gain, I mean, that's essentially the plot of the villains in Paul Verhoeven's 1987 film RoboCop. I'm not wrong. So, ruminate on that for a minute. All right?
Thank you, Andy. Anyone else wish to speak?
Good evening. My name is Donna Thurman. I live at 145 Leanne Drive. I've been here about 11 years now. My husband and I moved back. My husband was born and raised here. He lived at 1052 Reese Street. And what has happened, I've heard a lot tonight, and I do agree with the varsity that some of those homes are in very bad shape. And I'd venture to say that 1052 is in very bad shape now because no one has lived there. But this is what has happened. My husband and I have come back, and we've talked and we've boasted about Athens to our children. My youngest one moved back. His wife is now the manager of Athens Farmers Market. My oldest one now wants to come back and take over the family house and to redo it. I am so in favor of this moratorium because I am so proud of him. I love Athens. I was born and raised in Michigan, Detroit, but this small city has my heart. And I just can't wait until my son gets back and wants to redo and upgrade that house at 1052 Reese. Please give us a moratorium. Thank you.
Anybody else? Don't want to leave anybody out. Okay, we'll come behind the rail and open it for discussion. Ms. Knapp?
Yeah, I just want to let everyone know that this moratorium, this request for a moratorium, has been about 2 years in the making. It's been over 2 years ago that myself and Amy Cassane and Heather Benham from Athens Land Trust sat down with then Assistant Manager Williams and Brad Griffin from Planning to voice our concerns about this neighborhood. You know, not just issues of historic preservation, but affordability issues. And it's been a concern among folks who live there for much longer. And it's a shame that we're in this reactive situation where we have actual demolition requests before we are able to initiate any kind of process to move forward and decide what the future of this neighborhood is going to be. I had tried to bring up a moratorium on this neighborhood on 2 other occasions and was unable to pull it off. But now that there's an actual threat to extremely historic property, now we're getting moving on this, and I really, you know, part of the concerns that we brought up 2 years ago, you know, we were told were going to be addressed in the West Broad feasibility study, and that study really only touches upon them and basically just suggests further study which will be initiated if we pass this moratorium tonight. It's just hitting the pause button and giving us the kick in the butt we need to move forward with this extremely important community. It's really unlike any other neighborhood in Athens, and you know, the diversity of it, the charm of it, the extreme history. It's really unlike any place else, and we've got to do everything in our power to save it and then save it intact. And I want to make it clear, you know, the neighborhood is changing, and there are a lot of young families that have moved in and they've bought homes specifically to fix up. Mr. Rusk spoke of that, and I've been in his house at various stages of those renovations. I can testify to you know, his living without a kitchen or air conditioning. But this moratorium clearly allows for those kind of renovations. It clearly allows for additions. It clearly allows for new accessory structures. It clearly allows for new construction on empty lots. There are a handful of empty lots. It basically just prohibits demolition on the facade and the front roof line. So you can bust out the back of your house with a footprint of up to 800 square feet, which amounts to 1,600 square feet if you're going 2 stories. It doesn't address going up a story. So it allows for that progress. It allows for these folks who've invested in the neighborhood to accommodate their growing families. So I feel like we've taken care of any of those concerns, and you know, this language has been circulated throughout the neighborhood. Actually, it was circulated 3 months ago when we thought we were going to have a moratorium attached to the infill housing ordinance, and apparently that didn't meet proper procedure. And we have pulled out, there's a couple of 3 lots, I believe, that are zoned commercial general that are within the boundaries of that National Register district that we've exempted from it. So that meets those concerns. And I want to point out the properties in question on Reese Street, the McBurney house and the Shotgun Cottage and the Bungalow Cottage on either side of it. They represent less than an acre of that entire 2 square blocks surrounding the Varsity, which is, I believe, more than 5 acres. So it's a very insignificant sliver of, whatever might be intended for that development. And we hope that the developers will engage in conversation with the neighbor, and maybe this is the kind of impetus we need for them to do that, to reach out to the neighborhood and engage in some kind of cooperative process, which we have seen done with projects on Prince Avenue. And I hope that they will afford these folks the same courtesy that we've seen folks from Boulevard and Cobham afforded when developers wanted to come into commercial projects nearby there. We've heard from these folks, and I've shared with the commission of basically 5 pages of reasonings and timeline that communicate how we got here. There have been several meetings among neighbors over the course of the past few months. I even have a petition. There was originally a petition circulating among folks on Reese Street asking for a rezoning to single family. There's another petition asking for a moratorium. I believe I shared that with all of y'all. So there's definitely the need for something to be done in this neighborhood, whether it's historic designation or rezoning or some other kind of overlay district. We don't know, but and that's why we're doing this, so we can hit that pause button and have those appropriate neighborhood-led conversations and educate the folks in the neighborhood about what tools might be out there that we can implement in this neighborhood and begin that process. And we have some folks who are very committed to taking that process on.
Mr. Smith.
I want to address a couple of things. Number one, the folks at the Ebenezer Church, actually I had wanted to meet with you to discuss the implications for you of tearing down that house and building a new building. And before you tear down that house, you need to meet with the planning department and look at the impacts that will have on all of your property when you want to build a new building. Because you will then invoke street trees, sidewalks, all kinds of stuff. So you need to look at the economics of that before you decide. It's not as simple as tearing down that building and building a new one. There are lots of implications there you need to be aware of. As far as this moratorium being an emergency, it isn't. It is, but it shouldn't have been. Because I can tell you, as several of us commissioners know, and Gary Whitworth knows, we've tried to communicate with the Gordy family for months because we didn't want it to get to this point. We wanted to meet with them and talk about those houses and see if we could come up with a plan and prevent this. We did not get that opportunity. It was never afforded us. So that's one of the reasons we're here now. I hope that will change, that we will get into communications with Mr. Brown and we can work on something that's good for everybody. Otherwise, there's no communications and nobody's going to be happy. I think it's important to know that this is not, for those of you who may not realize it, we're not looking at turning this into an historic district. That's one of the options. But a historic district doesn't exactly fit the needs of this neighborhood. It could be counter to the needs of this neighborhood. We're looking at more out-of-the-box imaginative ways to protect this neighborhood, which might be a new zoning category, a new zoning overlay. It might be some kind of a new historic designation. It's not necessarily, and probably not, going to be an historic designation for this neighborhood. Because we want to do what's right for the neighborhood rather than just doing what's easy. So that's an important thing to know about what we're going to do over the next year. And it's going to be hard. It's going to be a lot of work. Thank you.
Mr. Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm glad for a couple of things in the conversation and the text in front of us. As Jerry noted, I'm glad we're really talking about an expansive toolbox of possibilities here that I think, as some of the speakers alluded to, needs to be driven from the neighborhood toward the commission. And so that's the approach that I'm advocating for as we move forward. The other thing, in terms of the text brought to us, much as I was favorable toward what Mike and Allison did with regard to the 5 Points area, I appreciate the opportunity that homeowners, property owners will be available, to have available to them in these 12 months ahead here. I think it's a reasonable set of restrictions, but also allowances, which is always a challenging balance, but I think one that's well struck here. I want to kind of give a shout out to somebody who's not in the room, but sat next to me for several years, who really set these wheels in motion quite some time ago. George Maxwell, of course, ran for office first on the platform of neighborhood protection, very near to here, one that he pursued with vigor and with a specific zoning change just across Broad Street. And then he pursued further with historic designation in the Reese area east of Milledge, and that I think if he were still in his seat, he would be happy to see here, because, of course, he grew up as a child in the 1000 block of Hancock and later served this community ably. So thank you, George, who I know is out there somewhere, for the work that you did that predated what we have in front of us today. I have the benefit of sitting many times for my professional purposes in the building that was named for Miss Burney in the 1950s, and look at her portrait up on the wall and recognize that we have an opportunity here to preserve more than that portrait. We have an opportunity to preserve the structure where she walked. And a lot of people will comment about the deterioration, and certainly there has been some of that, but having restored many homes, including my own, I can assure you that something that may look haggard on the surface can soon shine, and I'm looking forward to more of this neighborhood shining in the months and years ahead.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to echo Commissioner Neesmith's statements about the fact that this is something that we've been working on for a while, and have asked the owners to meet with us and discuss it, and have really been turned down at every opportunity. Not only that, but we were flat out told that this was not going to be developed for years. We had a working group of commissioners trying to be proactive, and we were basically lied to, which means we have to take action that was not what we were planning. We were planning on working with the developers, working with the community, the neighborhood, and doing what's best for the community at large. This action has been forced by the developer, by their misleading us and by denying our requests to meet. So that's why I think this is something that we have to do now, and we can't delay.
I have a question on, well, first, I was glad to hear the positive words of the varsity wanting to stay and be in the Athens location. I think that has been a rumor that I was glad to have someone officially address. I would like, I guess, Commissioner Link, you might be able to fill me in on the offer that I heard about having the properties moved. Is the feasibility of that allowed with the paperwork you have in front of us?
I don't believe so. Maybe the attorney could answer that, but from what I understand, moving a house amounts to demolishing it. Is that correct? Because it's called demolition and
a complete demolition, so it would be prohibited.
Okay. And I guess the difficulties that we're all having, this is all very serious stuff that we're talking about, and I guess that I hope that we can move away from this moratorium sort of solutions, or as what was referred to as bad planning. But if we could, I guess, ask the mayor, I was wondering if we could get our demo review ordinance moved to where one of our commission committees might be looking at that and utilize some staff recommendations on how our demo review ordinance could be improved, because I think staff has some input that might help us so that we're not addressing things in moratoriums, and that our demo review ordinance might be more effective.
I think that's a great idea.
And I think that might be a solution that could help us all in this next year, too.
I'll get staff to help me with the wording on that, because I
Thank
think
you.
it's a good thing to do. Anybody else? Yes.
Yeah, I've got some questions. So, I mean, I'm certainly supportive of protecting the area for all the reasons that were mentioned tonight, both behind the rail and in the audience. I guess I have a couple of questions. So, then we're still under a 90-day hold for this area, right? So, I mean, it doesn't have, I mean, we're not sort of in the position where we don't have a 90-day hold. We have a 90-day hold. It just started, so we have a little bit of time. Right. I guess I'm just kind of curious why don't I have a more specific ask, more narrowed down. I guess I heard Commissioner Neesmith say this is not, they're not looking for a historic designation, so that's off the tables. But we don't know what. So, I'm sorry?
It's not off the table.
It's not off the table. Okay. Okay. But I guess, and I guess that's just something we're going to have to consider. But the other piece of it I'm trying to understand too is, and I don't understand what Commissioner Neesmith was referencing regarding the church's demo, but you said something about it might trigger other things they might have to do to their property. But I'll finish my question and then you can answer. But I guess I'm kind of confused a little bit, because the church, if I understand it correctly, maybe I don't understand it correctly, so I'll give that caveat. The church is using that property as a non-residential structure, but is it zoned residential, so and therefore it's part of this? And if it is, I guess that seems kind of odd. We've exempted other commercial, we've exempted a CG property that's acting as a CG property, but we're not exempting them. And I guess I think back to the fact, it's a 128-year-old African-American church that wants to do this in their district, and that they've done their due diligence, apparently, from what we understand. They've obviously hired somebody to tell them whether or not they can save that building or not, and they're finding out, they're being told that it's not worth it. So I guess I just wonder why we wouldn't also let them be part of the exemption if we're letting these other properties be part of the exemption. So those are at least two of my questions.
Lincoln Neesmith, but is anybody that hadn't spoken before we come back? Commissioner Neesmith.
Well, the church is a special use permit in an RM1 zone. So it's zoned RM1. The entire church is.
But not that particular property that has the demolition permit.
Yes.
Oh, that is too?
Yes. It's part of the church.
Okay,
And what I was warning them about was simply they need to look into what the implications are of doing new construction. Never mind the moratorium, never mind any of that. The implications of doing new construction of that size, what kind of grandfathering they will lose, and the things they will have to do. They just need to, I'm just giving them free advice, and it's worth every penny, that they look and see what that demolition of the house would do in terms of the cost of rebuilding. That's all.
Ms. Link.
I just want to note that number 4 in this moratorium language says, if after inspection the chief building official finds that a building subject to this moratorium poses an immediate threat to public health or safety due to its deteriorated condition, and that there is no reasonable alternative to the immediate demolition of the building or structure, then the chief building official may issue an emergency demolition permit to owner of said building or structure. If these structures are deemed to actually be beyond repair and dangerous, there is that exemption in the moratorium. So, I would suggest that we get some, advice from our building inspector about some of these.
Anybody else wish to speak?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Mr. Sims, I'm sorry, I didn't realize.
Just want to wrap it up so you can go home. When I look at this area, I think about the fact that I was born 2 blocks from the varsity, right? But actually, in the back of what now is owned by Ebenezer Baptist Church, there used to be 3 little houses there, and I was born in the second of the 3 little houses. Actually, there used to be what we call the African American Hotel, was in the front on Broad Street, Mr. Bazel's hotel, and it was eventually torn down. And it brought back memories of the young lady that lived on 1365 Hancock, because I used to live at 1337 West Hancock. And so I was, I was born on that side of town, even though I live on this side now. So, it does bring back memories. But, and it has been, and then I have the history of having graduated from Bernie Harris High School. And I would hope that we would be able to have a conversation with Mr. Brown and company and the Gordy family about that particular house. I know it would, it's one of those things where it's when you look at the pictures, it is in very, very, very bad disrepair. But I guess I watched HGTV a lot, and I see what
fix it up,
I see what they do, and I say maybe we need to call my buddy from the Fixer Upper and bring him in from Waco, and maybe we can get that taken care of. But maybe we can have a conversation where that particular house, that house in particular, could actually become if it were repaired, become a part of a significant piece of the property that they own. We can do some good things with some bad things sometimes, and actually it becomes something that can be of significance to the people that own the property. So hopefully when we've got time to have a conversation about that. Like I said, the 90 days just really got started. And the question to you, Mr. Attorney, is after 90 days, if we pass this moratorium, because they had basically gotten their permit before, with this moratorium, would they be allowed to demolish?
If they had gotten it.
They have a demolition permit now. Is that not correct?
No, they're within the.
They're on hold.
They're in the review period.
They're in the review period. That's what I mean. But they have, we haven't issued the permit, but it was on hold until we found out. Now, if we do this moratorium, then they won't be able to be permitted to demolish.
That's correct.
Okay, just trying to get my ducks in a row.
Anybody else wish to speak? Mr. Neesmith.
You going to make the motion?
I'll go ahead and make the motion that we pass this moratorium.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, there's some revisions, and Gene wanted.
What, there's a revision?
There's one word.
Or
It's shaded.
it's shaded, or it says, it's in number 2.
Okay,
on second
applications
sentence.
for issuance of demolition permit.
And so you're just making the motion as revised?
As revised.
I'll revise my motion. Oh, you made the motion. I'm sorry.
I'll make a motion that we
accept it.
adopt the revised
Yes.
to include those 2 words.
Gene, we probably need to do a roll call.
Mayor, I'd like to make a friendly amendment that we exempt the church annex from this. Is that possible?
I don't see why not. We crafted on the floor before, so.
I don't think that would be acceptable to the neighborhood. I believe that the neighborhood, the folks who live in that neighborhood and appreciate the fabric of the neighborhood deserve some voice in going the process moving forward. And I really believe that, our building inspector should take a look at that building. If truly that building is beyond repair, then our building inspector can attest to that, and it would be exempt.
Anybody else wish to speak? The friendly amendments failed for lack of a second, so we're back to the original motion.
Yeah.
Melissa, seconded by Jerry. Yeah.
Gerard.
Yes, ma'am.
Blink?
Yes.
Wright?
Yes.
Bailey?
Yes.
Neesmith?
Yes.
Hamby?
Yes.
Bale?
No.
Harrod?
Yes.
Dickerson?
Yes.
Sims?
Yes.
Gertz?
Yes.
Okay.
9 yes, 1 no.
So the motion's passed. And before we break up tonight, I'd just like to take a quick point of privilege. I'm not sure whether everyone here realizes, I said it took me back with some nostalgia when I heard somebody refer to a ward, 3rd Ward, and Mr. Ed Turner, and he may have represented the 3rd Ward. Help me. Second Ward. But anyway, Ed Turner, and I'm pretty sure I'm right in that he was the first black member of the City Council of Athens, and I also believe the youngest member elected to city council, died early this morning, so, yeah. And I don't... Huh?
He was in the Christmas parade.
He was the Grand Marshal of our Christmas parade this year, and as far, at this point, or the last, I talked to his wife late this afternoon, and no arrangements have been made yet, so don't know what those going to be.
Madam Mayor, I move for adjournment.
Second.
And motion second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Hallelujah.
Mr.